Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
To the semifinals and finals of the ECL 24 Grand Finals. My name is Brandon B. Major Bigsby, and my partner in crime joining me once again today, Dari Sopeli Enstrom. And Sopeli, we saw amazing action yesterday in our four-quarter final series. 4 players earned the right into the day for a chance to not only punch their ticket into the finals, but to call themselves your ECL 24 Grand Champion. First of all, how are you doing, my friend, and how are you feeling with these 4 series on tap here that we're about to see today?
I'm doing great, man. Great to be back in the broadcast booth with you. And, well, I mean, we already had some unbelievable action yesterday. We went down from 8 players to 4 today. So I'm definitely expecting the theme to continue with really exciting games today.
Yeah, if it's anything close to yesterday, it's going to be absolutely stellar. And remember, these 4 players remaining, they've already secured an extra 150 euros on top of what they have gotten so far, as we'll take a quick look at the prize pool. But they are also fighting for that grand prize of 700 euros, as well as the winner of this tournament takes home 700 euros and that beautiful trophy that you see over to the right side. Second place taking home an extra 400 euros. Third place, we will have a bronze matchup that we will feature between the 2 losers of the semifinals. Will win an 250 extra euros, and then fourth place, the loser of that bronze, securing 150. So everyone here, they've secured 75, 150, at least 75 to 150. For Eki, he's already secured 300, being the winter winner during our winter season back in March. But Sopeli, obviously, these guys, they love to have a little bit of extra change in their pocket. What they really want is that trophy over to the right side of your screen.
Yeah, 100% there. Everyone is going for that tournament win. The money is secondary for most of these players. It's just for the glory. And of course, there is plenty of money on the line, considering it's one weekend basically when we're playing these grand finals. That is a huge sum of money to be playing for in just a couple of playoff series.
And we'll take a quick look as well at the bracket just to give you all a quick look at how these four players got to this point in case you were not with us during our coverage yesterday. And as you can see, our matchups today, Eki versus NikkeDangles, Eken versus temppanen. Eken, the highest seed to win. He knocked off BO3, who was the spring season champion just a few weeks ago. Obviously, not something I think many would consider an upset with the caliber of player that Eken is, but still certainly surprising to see that series get wrapped up in two. Eki knocked off Easy Chaw Sniper, one of the youngest players we have ever seen in this tournament. Easy Chaw Sniper, just 16 years old, gave Eki a very good run for his money, but that experience from Eki, a former world champion, a six-time GWC European champion, a three-time IIHF E-World champion, just showing off that experience, flexing that muscle, getting himself into the semifinals. NikkeDangles, a tough series versus Sisu, went all the way to 3 games, and NikkeDangles was able to come out on top of that one. And then temppanen versus Artuzio, two guys that were really hungry to try to make it into that semifinals. temppanen clutches it up, won the first game, dropped the second after losing a 2-goal lead, but was able to really go in game 3 and do what he needed to do to take care of him. I mean, really simply, I don't think anyone's surprised that these four are in. Each of them very deserving to be here as well.
Yeah, no surprises, but obviously there's only top talent left in the top 8 stage, so I guess the same could be said for everyone here. But yeah, it is actually crazy to me that this top 4 we see today is actually the exact same top 4 as we saw in the GWC European Finals this year.
Yeah, and you mentioned it is that same top 4, and each of them, again, got in after great performances yesterday. In case you weren't with us, let's just give you a quick taste of how these four punched their ticket into those semifinals here today. There he has a breakaway now, and Tomas finally scores! Eki with 2 quick goals just over 4 minutes into the game. Play up for his NikkeDangles! NikkeDangles? More like Nicky saves! Many shots on that so far this period. He gets one there! Off the post and in the net! Eken extends! Another shot, this goes wide. Shot on scores! temppanen puts it in! Shane Theodore! First semifinals matchup, NikkeDangles versus Eki, two players that have really established themselves as two of the top guys in both 1v1 and 6v6. This is going to be a really entertaining series, so please. NikkeDangles, a guy is known for that high-flying pace, always with his foot on the gas pedal. Eki, known as the very high IQ, methodical player. Two players that, have different play styles, both very smart, both very mechanically gifted at the game. This series right here should be an absolute treat.
Yeah, I feel like every single time that we see this exact matchup, it's gonna be basically the main matchup of that round. Obviously, no offense to Eken or temppanen, but I mean, this matchup right here is really where a lot of eyes are gonna be on today.
And we have one of those two players with us right now, NikkeDangles, now joining us here in the booth. Nicky, thank you for taking a few moments, man. Congratulations on making it here to semifinals. You know your opponent in Eki very, very well. What are you expecting here coming into the series?
I'm expecting a tight series, of course, with Eki all the time. I don't think that defense will be that great between us because we haven't played that much, and it's hard to defend when you haven't played. So I'm expecting a high-scoring series.
For sure, we know that you've played Eki a handful of times. To you, what makes him so difficult to play against, just knowing his experience and knowing the caliber of player that he is?
I think it's his patience with the puck. When he gets the lead, it's so hard to get it out of him. So that's the main thing. It's his patience.
Yesterday, we could just tell it felt like your confidence was flying, especially on the offensive end. How do you feel like you can derive some of that success that you saw yesterday against another really top-end player in Sisu here in these series today?
I just need to get my own game going. That's all, to be honest. I need to get my own game going and then get some goals, I guess.
Nikke, one last question for you. Don't want to take up too much time here. If you could choose one key or factor that you feel like is going to be the most important for you to win this series, what would that be and why?
It's defense again.
All right, we'll see if you can lock down on that end, my friend. Thank you again for taking a few moments, and best of luck to you.
Thank you.
All right, a big thanks once again to NikkeDangles, and now we have his opposition joining us in Eki. Eki, first of all, congratulations on making it into the semifinals. I'm going to ask you the same question that I did Nikke just a few moments ago. Obviously, very, very familiar with him as an opponent. What, in your opinion, makes him so tough to match up against?
I think he's mechanically the most skilled guy in the game, at least one of the best. His variety with his offense is pretty insane. He's very versatile in the offensive zone, so there's his best strengths in my opinion.
It feels like whenever you're on this big stage with this top four, you always seem to elevate your game into another level. I know you hadn't played for a bit before yesterday, but how are you feeling after you did get those couple of games under your belt yesterday and you go into the semifinals here today?
I would lie if I said I was like really confident. Honestly, like I said in the interview yesterday, I haven't been playing a lot. But yeah, started grinding yesterday, and games this morning felt pretty good. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Obviously, Nikke is the best player I've played here in this couple days span. So yeah, we'll see where I'm at.
We know you're familiar against all three of these guys that are still left here in this grand finals, but with Nikke specifically, what are you personally expecting to see here heading into the series?
I'm expecting tight games. Yeah, we played each other plenty of times in big moments. Usually I've had the upper hand, but last time, just a couple months ago in the Finnish champs, he knocked me out. So yeah, time to get some revenge. Those games were really tight. I'm expecting to defend. Focus on defense, shut him down. I feel like goals against Nikke kind of come automatically if I just play my game, but it's all about if I keep the puck out of my own net.
One more question for you, Eki. If you had to choose one key or factor that you feel like is going to be the most important for you winning this series, what would that be and why?
Defense. Like I said, defense. Also getting leads in games. I think Nikke plays a lot better when he's in the lead compared to when he's down. So there's a couple keys.
All right, Eki, best of luck to you, my friend. Thank you so much for taking a few moments.
Thank you.
All right, a big thank you to both Nikke and Eki for taking a few seconds to chat with us. And interesting kind of hearing them both talk. You heard the number one key for both of them, defense, defense, defense. It feels like that's really what they're keying in on, knowing how good the other is offensively with the puck on their stick.
Yeah, that might be a little bit due to the fact that offense is a little bit easier to like get back to your own level after not playing too much of this game recently, as they've both stated that they haven't been playing all that much. So just focusing on defense, just trying to limit the opponent's chances is going to be huge in this series. And both of them know that they can score if the opponent is sleeping on defense. So yeah, defense is always huge in these sort of matchups.
And it was so interesting because you heard them both say, I'm confident I can win if I can just key in on playing my game. Both of their games very different from one another, but still identically effective. As they are now underway, we are looking at the perspective of Eki. He is using the Vegas Golden Knights, while NikkeDangles using the Colorado Avalanche. Eki in those gold home uniforms, while NikkeDangles using the Reebok Colorado Avalanche aways as the first stoppage, 1 minute in, broken glass. How often do you see that one?
Broken glass, but that was a really close shot attempt. Nikke was able to get into that middle lane and shoot that little forehand shot that we actually were talking about yesterday in a couple of matchups where ECL sniper and Nikke and possibly someone else was also going for that exact play, and we even saw at least one of those sort of goals scored in yesterday's stream. But here's another chance. That one's gonna be waved off though.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a goaltender interference. You look at the replay, not much question about that one. So that goal going to be disallowed. You know, I think something that's going to be really interesting too, the key to this is just seeing who starts out hot, who's going to get that first goal. You heard Eki kind of say that that was one of his important factors for this series, was not letting Nikke get up ahead, and Nikke getting that quick start, that's going to be a massive, massive factor to that.
Right, and that's exactly what we were seeing yesterday. Eki got 2 massive leads at the start of both of his quarterfinal games, and as for Nick, in one game he got a quick early lead, and then in the next game he was down big time at the start, so it just seems like that has been the theme in this tournament, so I'm assuming the first goal is something both of these guys are really focusing on today.
Well, Eki has a chance to get it here on the power play as NikkeDangles gets caught up for tripping. Valerian and Chuskin heading to the box, so to see if Eki can take advantage here of this man advantage. As remember, this is just the first of our 4 series here today. We'll have the semifinals between temppanen and Eken starting up here in not too long, actually, as we'll get you to that game as soon as we conclude this one. We'll also have our bronze matchup and then our finals matchup. Winner of that one taking home 700 euros and that beautiful, beautiful trophy that we got to see a little bit earlier, as these 2 players with a very good case to take that trophy home. Eki currently in the offensive zone, cycling it around. Controls with Anthony Mantha at the right boards. Goes back to the point with that pass a little bit off. Clears things out and will kill off some of that man advantage time. Line change for both players. Eki methodically just moving his way up the ice, taking his time. Pass it across, but nobody home. Tries to get it over to Stevenson at that right post. Has some space, but couldn't connect on the pass. Here comes NikkeDangles now on the other end. Loses it, but kills off some valuable power play time for Eki. As man out of the box, and now we'll bring it back to even strength. So a good penalty kill there for NikkeDangles. A pretty good job blocking down there on defense. Eki maneuvering his way to a good chance. The better save made by Onanen. He's still in possession. Has at the point. The hurdle. Look out for him. He has been the X factor, it feels like, for any player that's used Vegas in this game. It hasn't been Eichel, hasn't been Stone, it's been Tomas Hurdle. It's been the main goal scorer. As a turnover for Eki. NikkeDangles getting chased. He's going to win that race to the puck, but Eki with a beautiful chop there. That's the defensive acumen that we always see from him, and little plays like that often are the difference between wins and losses for him. Eki has on the offensive end now. Controls it with Chandler Stevenson at the left corner. Goes down low behind the net to Roy. Great defense from NikkeDangles, taking away the options in the middle. Eki maneuvering his way to the point. That pass goes nowhere, and it will force a reset. A defensive stalemate right now between these 2 guys. Both wanted to key in on that heading into this series. Eki has it the right boards, but turned over. Here comes NikkeDangles on the other end. He controls McKinnon. McKinnon, Gates there. Behind the net, back on top, goes to the point. NikkeDangles, this is the first time in a while we've seen him really establish the offensive zone. We'll see what he can do with it. The shot on from the high slot. Easy save made there from Aiden Hill. As it's turned over, however. Another chance for NikkeDangles, goes back. Over down low behind the net. NikkeDangles just taking his time, looking for that option. Eki with 4 players controlling that middle of the ice. The shot on, they score! NikkeDangles opens up the space. He hits Gerard, and the first goal of the semifinals goes to NikkeDangles.
A long stretch of Nikke controlling the offensive zone time. This is not something we typically see from him too much, especially against someone like Eki, who also really likes to have that puck possession game on his side, but Nikke able to create a huge chance and buries that one with Gerard, and he's got that first lead of the game.
And you get the feeling, Soakley, with the way that this game feels and looks, it's going to be one of those games where goals are very hard to come by. I feel like Eki has done a good job at slowing the game down. Nikke has done a good job as that as well. You can maybe argue that goes into the advantage of Nikke. You know, Eki, or I mean, in Eki's advantage. Nikke kind of thrives a little bit on that fast-paced game, but he's doing a good job controlling it. But Eki comes right back across the crease play to Shea Theodore, ties this thing up in one apiece.
Big goal there to end the period. Well, there's about 2 minutes left. There could be another goal looming here in this period. But yeah, as you said, the style of game this has been, I would say this has been the slowest game we've seen on today's and yesterday's broadcasts. And as you said, that might favor Eki, at least on paper, when he's probably more comfortable playing in these sort of games compared to Nikke, who just lives off of those fast-paced counterattacks and really good passing plays and just trying to get the puck from his opponent as soon as possible. So it will be interesting to see Nikke here with Girard is able to score again, and he restores his lead.
How about that? All 3 goals from defenseman. This time is Samuel Girard, as you mentioned there, Sopoli. And how about the passing there from Nikke, moving his way up from the defensive zone to the neutral zone to the offensive end. Beautiful playing. And, you know, we talk about how gifted mechanically Nikke is in this game, but he can make some really high-end passing plays as well. A beautiful example right there to create a goal.
Yeah, the passing is actually one of his biggest strengths, I would say, when it comes to the mechanics of the game. He's just able to pass it around pretty much faster than anyone I've seen. And on that play, he just Eki just gets caught in that situation where none of his defenders were facing the right way, and Nikke is just able to send a pass up the ice to the player skating up the ice, and he's able to beat all the defensemen of Eki there.
See the stats there on your screen as we end the first period. 3 shots to 2. About 3 minutes time on attack compared to 4. Both of these guys, again, they keyed in on defense. It feels like so far they've been successful at that for the most part, especially when you consider that on each side they have a couple of shots, but yet they're efficient. There's only been 1 save made so far for each goalie.
Yeah, a very odd first period here. I feel like that was very slow, as I said, during that period, and still, we saw 3 goals, so we're on pace for 9, which would be a very high-scoring game, as Eki's creating another good scoring chance. That one's not going to go in, though.
You remember yesterday, we saw at least 5 goals in every single game we called. We called 4 series, 4 games, plus 3 games, plus 3 games. So you're talking about 10 to 11 games we called yesterday. Each one had 5 or more goals. This one looking like it may be a little bit under that, but Nikke taking a penalty, and that's going to put Eki back on the power play once again. He's 0 for 1 so far here in this contest. Face off to the right side here for Eki. The offensive zone, he wins it on the tie-up. One-time shot, and he scores! Jonathan Marchessault! And just like that, we're tied back up again.
There we see the one-team ability. That is a shot that is very familiar for people who have watched any older NHL games, but that has been something for the past few years where that sort of one-timer just doesn't seem to be too powerful in this game, as the goalies are very quick at making the move across the crease on those type of plays. But Eki just uses that 1T ability on Marchessault to his advantage, and he's able to tie the game up on the power play.
Eki almost came right back with a score of his own, but a big save there for Eki. He's still in control of it, however. Breaks past the blue line with Valerian Nichushkin. Goes a middle shot on. Looks like it may have been blocked in front. He gets it off with the stick, trying to get out of his own zone, and he does. Puck loose in the neutral zone, but Eki recovers. Passed over to Carlson. Nearing the halfway point of this game, tied up at 2. Each player has gone back and forth really all night long, it feels like. Eki controls it. Gets this done at the point. Martinez now. Back skates, looking for a pass, and he goes down low to Whitecloud at the right corner. Tries to go behind the net, but picked off by NikkeDangles. Here comes Nikke down the other end, has a man, maybe a 2-on-1 here. Has a shot off the middle stat, easy save made off the right pad with Hill. Nikke does get it back in the neutral zone. He'll slow things down for a line change. It's Valekinen, who just came out of the bench. To Kohler. Pass across, nobody there, but a nice idea. NikkeDangles still in control of possession. Skating it. Nice bump there by Eki defensively. That'll force Nikke to clear out and reset things. Turnover by Nikke in his own zone. Eki controls it. Tries to pass it across, but picked off. idea, but a better defensive play made. Nikke now in the offensive zone. Goes behind the net. And front shot on, blocked there by Pietrangelo. Eki takes over possession now. 8.5 minutes to play here in period number 2. Still all knotted up at 2 apiece. Eki gets the pass across, and he scores. Shea Theodore puts it in, and Eki back out in front.
Again, a goal from one of these defensemen who these players are using as forwards. And Shea Theodore, I believe that was his second goal of the game, just like Girard has 2 goals for NikkeDangles, and the defensemen playing as wingers just coming through for both of these guys. Eki now up by a goal, the first time we've seen that today, and this is a situation that you definitely don't want to be in if you're Nikke.
It feels like we've seen the guys that have used Vegas have Shea Theodore up on that top line with Eichel and Tomas Hertl. He's been able to score a few goals at that wing spot, so it's been interesting to see that. But again, a lot of these guys valuing that speed over at the wing, so they'll swap some forwards from from defense to that wing spot just so they can give them that opportunity to have that speed and take advantage of it. So 3-2 lead now for Eki over halfway through this one. He has a defensive zone face-off now, and he wins it on a tie-up. Controls with Mark Stone, who was back on that defensive end where normally Shea Theodore would be. Stone controls it now. As they bump from behind, and another penalty going to be called against NikkeDangles here.
An unfortunate cross-checking call. He's just trying to bump Eki off the puck behind the net, and just out of nowhere, maybe he tapped the bump button twice to trigger that cross-checking penalty there, but just an unfortunate penalty, and now he's going to be killing off yet another penalty.
One-time shot there was blocked. Neither player's had a multi-goal lead yet so far in this game. Eki trying to change that here, but NikkeDangles controlling the puck down here on the penalty kill. Just taking his time, trying to clear it out. Can't just yet, as Eki going to chase it and get it back in his own zone. 4.5 to play here in period 2. 50 seconds to go on the Eki power play. Eki aids his way up, holding it, has space, tries to feed that to Stone down the middle, but too much traffic as the puck is loose, and it's found by NikkeDangles. He was slapping away all the way to the defensive zone to clear things out. Forces Eki to reset. He speeds up the ice with Jonathan Marchessault and Stone. Back to Marchessault. To Pietrangelo. Shot on. Goes to the right. Eki gets it back. Back to 5-on-5. Here's a backhand shot. Save made by Anand. Nikke throws it out. Eki gets it first. Tried to pass it across, but it's picked off. Puck loose in the neutral zone, found by NikkeDangles. Has some space. With Walker. Nice little turn and a shot. It was blocked. Here comes Eki down the other end now. Controls it with Pietrangelo, but turned it over. Now here comes Nikke. Potentially a breakaway. Has the speed. 1-on-1 shot. He scores! NikkeDangles creates the breakaway out of nowhere. Ties us up at 3 with less than a minute remaining in period number 2.
A massive goal for Nikke, as we all know you don't want to go down trailing against Eki into a third period, and he's just able to get a breakaway and just happens to be the fastest player on the ice with a fresh-legged Caleb Jones, and he buries it on the breakaway.
Oh, and Nikke almost had another chance there with the last couple of seconds on the clock, but nice break up there from Eki, and we are tied at 3. It has just been punch after punch so far in this game, so it feels like whenever one man has the advantage, the other comes right back and scores to tie it back up.
Yeah, but it feels like this has been a pretty controlled game, and there hasn't been all that many opportunities in either end, but we've seen 6 goals already, another 3-goal period just like the first one, so yeah, for sure, it seems like both of these guys are just finishing off their chances that they do get.
Yeah, it just feels like both guys being opportunistic with their opportunities. You heard them earlier during the interviews mention that they want to really key in on locking in defensively. I think they've done that. It's just that when these two players have those high-end opportunities, they're able to take advantage. Imagine if they weren't playing well defensively. You could see really 5 or 6 goals from either of these two in this game.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like I feel like your assessment of both of them having been good defensively this game is pretty accurate. I haven't seen all that many defensive mistakes per se, but there's Gerard with a hat-trick, and Nikke again with that exact same play. He's able to cycle the puck around the boards and then hit the player cutting across the middle of the ice. Is able to make the goalie move and puts it in short side.
Yeah, beats Leonard on that blocker side, and you feel like now that's something Eke's really going to look out for. He's seen that play a couple of times now in this game. Nikke has scored on it both times, and he's gotten it. He gives him a 4-3 lead, so back and forth we continue to go. The question is, will Eke tie this back up, or can Nikke find that extending goal? Neither player has been up by more than one goal so far in this game, and that feels like that's really been the difference in this one. Here's Nikke in the offensive zone now. Pass across. Shot. He scores, but it's going to be waved off. Goaltender interference in front here, potentially.
Yeah, looks like a goal interference, and that one's not going to be one that Nikke is going to like, because the player that interfered with the goalie wasn't even involved in the play, so just an unlucky break there for Nikke, and, well, Eke is saved by that call by the referee, and well, obviously it was goal interference, and so Eke was basically saved by the AI of NikkeDangles crashing into the goaltender. But of course we don't know if that shot would have gone in unless the goalie was interfered with.
Yeah, have to make that call, and unfortunate for Nikke, because it looked like Eke's defender maybe kind of helped them out a little bit getting in front of Leonard, but Nikke on another chance there with a good opportunity. Better save though made there by Robin Leonard. Face off to the left side of Leonard, to the left side of the defensive zone of Eke. Eke wins it and moves us up the ice slowly but surely. Goes to the left corner. Working around, looking for an option. Goes down with a hurdle. Tomas Hurdle, surprisingly quiet for Eke so far. Feels like he's scored in pretty much every game we've seen the Vegas Golden Knights use, but nothing so far today. It's been Shea Theodore and Jonathan Marchessault with the 3 goals. Samuel Girard and Caleb Jones with the goals for Colorado. Girard with a hat-trick. Only one of the 7 goals between these two has been scored by a forward. That's all from defenders. 9 minutes remaining here in regulation. Eke with possession, trailing by 1. Can we find the tying answer? He controls it with Pietrangelo. Gives it up over Eichel, shot on. Goes a little bit wide. Goes back behind the net to Theodore. Has 2 goals, looking for a third here. Eke controlling it, gives it to the point. Has Pietrangelo with it, now Hannafin. Back to Pietrangelo over at the right face-off circle. Back to Hannafin. Pass across the shake there. And who else? He scores! Eke ties it up again. Another hat-trick, another defenseman. Back and forth. We continue to go.
Is this what they were talking about when they were saying that they want to lock in on defense? They just wanted to score with the defensemen. They've scored 7 out of 8 goals with defenders, and we've seen 2 hat-tricks, Girard, Theodore. I mean, the defensemen are just coming through for both of these guys right now.
So we're knotted up once again, this time at 4. We've seen 8 goals between these two, and again, Soapy, this is with these two really playing pretty solidly defensively. Imagine if they were off their game on the defensive end. That's just how skilled these 2 players are right now.
Yeah, for sure. They've just been able to capitalize on the chances that they are given, as that one's gonna be hit off the post by Eke, but he still keeps it in the offensive zone.
Yeah, we heard that here in the States. That was a massive ring of the pipe for Eke. Would have been the goal to give him the lead with less than 5 minutes remaining. He's going to have to try to find another chance now, however. A little bit over 4 minutes left. We're tied at 4. Third period. We have an overtime. We've yet to see an overtime so far here at these grand finals. We've been close. Haven't had one just yet. Could this finally be the game? Eke looking to close up to that. Nice little backhand shot. Save is made. Here comes NikkeDangles on the other end with Middlestat. Dodd gets the bar shot. He scores! The cover boy! Cale McCarr puts it in, and NikkeDangles is back on top again.
A great play once again, finding that player, joining the rush, and Eke just isn't able to intercept that pass as he's he has all three of his players way too low on that play, and Kale McCarr is just wide open as the trailer in that play, and Nikke just ruthless on those chances he's been getting.
You see Eki calling a timeout, 2:25 remaining. A lot of time for someone like him to find the game-tying goal. Remember, the full-time last 60 seconds here in this one as well, so Nikke gonna have to lock down defensively. He wants to see this one through. Eki controls it in the offensive zone right now. Does he have another game-tying goal in him? Turned over. Race for the puck. Who's gonna get there? Swept there by Eki, but turned over. Has a cross shot. And picked up by Robin Leonard. You saw the expression from both Ike and Eki. They both know how close that was.
Yeah, that would have put this game away basically, so Eki, a big sigh of relief that he still has this 50-second time period to tie this one up.
Eki wins the defensive zone faceoff. He's been better on the draw so far in this one. Here he comes in the offensive end with Chandler Stevenson. Oh, tried to pass it back. Mistake there. He wasn't past the blue line, but Nikke turns it over in his own end. Shot from Martinez. Loose in front. Picked up by Nikke, but turned over. Eki controls it. Pass across. Puck loose found by NikkeDangles. 28 seconds remaining. Can NikkeDangles hold on? Has a partial breakaway. Backhand shot. And he scores! NikkeDangles with 24.8 seconds remaining doubles his lead, and he looks well on his way to taking a 1-0 series lead over Eki.
Yeah, Nikke walking away with the win, it looks like, in the game one of this best-of-3 series, and I gotta be honest with you, I feel like this has been kind of Eki style of match here, and Nikke just has been able to adapt to the pace that Eki has been playing this game with, and just been very good at scoring from his chances, and he takes a deserved game one win.
And it's interesting because you saw breakaways be the source of the last few goals and odd-man rushes as well, as you see Nikke adds one more to the tally. Not going to do too much in terms of the final result, but looks a little bit prettier on the final score sheet. There's just a few seconds left. And that will do it. NikkeDangles takes game one over Eki, 7-4, 3 goals in the last 2 minutes and 30 seconds. And you know, again, it was interesting. You mentioned that I feel like the pace of the play favored Eki. It was much more slowed down. There wasn't really a lot of chaos. The game felt, I like the way you used this term, it felt very controlled overall, but yet Nikke was able to still find his opportunities. If I'm correct, 3 breakaways there during that game on 7 of his goals, so he was still able to find some odd-man rushes, whether that be from turnovers or just Eki and his guys not getting back defensively. NikkeDangles was still able to find very good chances. He capitalized on those, and now he's just 1 victory short of being able to clinch his spot to the finals here in the grand finals.
Yeah, if we look at it from Eki's perspective, I feel like on paper the game was pretty well played by him, but then just those few little details, when he has the puck, he doesn't want to lose it in dangerous areas, as well as, I mean, he was saying that he wants to be good defensively, so I feel like he does have to step up just a little bit, be a little bit sharper, because Nikke is just so hard to defend. You just have to be so alert at all times to be able to stop all the threats.
Yeah, and now if you are Eki, you're in a situation that you've really yet to be in so far throughout this entire ECL 24 season, down in a series and in an elimination game. You know, what do you feel like Eki can potentially do to help up things a little bit in his favor? I don't think he played poorly whatsoever, just Nikke able to get a few more opportunities that found their way in the back of the net, but nevertheless, he can't let that happen again. If he does, his championship hopes are over.
Yeah, I would say he just has to be a little bit more sharp. There was just a couple of like half mistakes that Nikke was able to capitalize from. I'm sure Eki realizes all of this. He already knows exactly what type of plays he just has to avoid. Because I mean, whenever Nikke just gets his players going, he has so much speed down the wings on that Colorado roster. It's just gonna be impossible to defend all of those chances if Eki keeps letting them happen.
NikkeDangles takes game one, a 7-4 scoreline. Game two, about to get ready here in just a few moments. If you are in Twitch, want to lay down a prediction, you feel confident about one guy or the other winning this one, feel free to throw some channel points down, hedge your bet. Let's see if you can make something happen as these two wasting no time. You see no change of the teams here. It felt like both of them really were able to make things happen with those defenders over on the wings, which is something that we've seen a good deal of, it felt like. It wasn't McKinnon, it wasn't Rantanen, it wasn't Landeskog, it wasn't Eichel, Stone. We did see Marchessault get the one goal, but it felt like it was always the defenders coming up and making the play, and it's going to be interesting to see if that's something that continues to be a pattern here in this series specifically.
Yeah, it might actually be one of those things where the defenders are a little bit under the radar as well for the opponents, where you just see all these guys like McKinnon and Rantanen, and you just realize that, okay, I can't let that guy shoot for sure, because that guy has like 99 shooting categories almost. So maybe it's just the fact that Bedard, or excuse me, Gerard and Theodore are just some guys that just go under your radar, and they're just able to be very dangerous on those scoring chances.
As you see, both men set up and ready to go. And remember, after this semifinals, we will have our next semifinals matchup between the Eken and Temppanen, as the winner of that one will face this one for 700 euros and the ECL 24 Grand Finals trophy. Eki back against the wall, gonna have to try to find a way to win this one to push this series to a game 3. If Nikke can repeat last game's result, he will move on to the final. Defending Finnish champion, won that championship just a few months ago. It was his first major 1v1 championship victory. Talked with me yesterday about how it was so big for him to be able to get that title, to get that monkey off of his back, to finally be able to lift the championship trophy on the 1v1 side. He had been so close so many times, being into the top 4, being into the finals, had never really gotten, however, over the hump. Finally did. Obviously, we saw him make the spring finals, was defeated in that one by Piccoli, but for a good few months for NikkeDangles, trying to add arguably the biggest title of his 1v1 career here in this grand finals to his resume. Still has to win 3 more games, including this one, see that championship hope through. He controls in the offensive end. Shot on! He scores! I believe he hit a piece of the post, but it's Gabriel Landeskog that puts it in, and that's the exact start that NikkeDangles was hoping for. We heard Eki say it earlier, so you can't let Nikke get out ahead. He's so good when he is ahead of the game, and now an early first period goal with a 1-0 series lead.
Yeah, from Eki's perspective, exactly what you don't want this game to start out like. Nikke, as Eki was saying in that interview, he is very good when he has the lead, and now he's extended his lead to 2 goals with Rantanen.
Back-to-back goals in just a matter of seconds. 2 goals in 4 minutes and 7 seconds. NikkeDangles out in front. Now remember, we saw this yesterday too. NikkeDangles got off to a blistering start in game 1 against Sisu. A 4-0 lead. Sisu came all the way back, tied it up 4-4. Nikke did end up winning that game 5-7, but remember, a lot of time, and if there's anyone that can come back from something like this, a very small margin still with this much time left, it is Eki.
Yeah, and crazier things have happened in the past as well, as we've seen, and Eki, I mean, he's got a couple of unbelievable comebacks throughout his career, so he definitely knows what he needs to do in order to make that happen, and he's the sort of player that just doesn't rush it either. He realizes that there is plenty of time. I have almost this entire game to just score 2 goals to tie this up. So he's not the one to panic at these sort of moments, which is definitely a strength for him.
An interesting decision there. You saw he paused and used his timeout. Doing that just 4 minutes into the game, very interesting. I'm curious what you think of that decision for him to use it this early, especially if Nikke can get full pressure later, but it doesn't matter. He scores again, a 3-0 lead for NikkeDangles, and you can see he is all smiles on the bottom left of your screen.
Yeah, that timeout was not going to work out in Nikke's favor, as Nikke just strikes again, putting on another goal on the board. I feel like the timeout is mostly just a mental thing, just like the similar way that for example, switching your goalie in real-life hockey games can just kind of make your team alert, but here he is. Eki snipes that with Jack Eichel, and he's back with it too.
And that is really the Eki way. No concern on his face, at least not any concern he's been showing. Comes right back after that third Nikke goal, puts one in the back of the net to cut that lead back down to 2. And I mean, if there's a word that you can describe Eki, it's got to be composure.
Yeah, exactly. And Nikke was saying it also. He was praising Eki's patience in this game, and that is, it's hard to argue that anyone has better patience with the puck than Eki in the world in this game. And we saw it there. He didn't hesitate to shoot it, but he did it in a calm way. He just kept it on his forehand. He was looking for the right moment, and finally it arrived, and he got the goal.
He almost had a chance or two there, but just better saves there made by Onman. He's still in control of this puck. Shot on, save made. NikkeDangles going to hold on and stop it for a whistle. And you know, we mentioned that just the patience of Eki, that's what he's been praised for so long. Both him and NikkeDangles, two of the better players that you'll find in this game with the puck on their stick. Both of them very complimentary of each other. Both of them high levels of respect for one another. And you know, entertaining series so far, but NikkeDangles up 3-1 here, halfway through the first period. Win pushes him through to the championship. Eki in control for a moment, but lost that puck. Now here comes NikkeDangles. A potential breakaway here is Gerard again. A nice job there from Eki on that back check to get that puck off the stick. Those are the plays that he was not able to make in game 1. Could help him maybe lead a comeback here in game number 2. He has the puck in the offensive end now with Martinez. Gets it up, White Cloud at the point. Here Carlson back to White Cloud. Eki just moving it around between those two defenders. Stevenson, shot on, pass save made. NikkeDangles gets it out. He'll slow things down and call for a line change. Eki trying to pressure, create a quick turnover, but can't. Nice job of evading that by NikkeDangles. He gets in the offensive zone. Granted in behind the net. Up to the point. Middlestat to McCarr. McCarr skates in, shot on, puck loose, and picked up by Eki with a good chance there. NikkeDangles, just 3 minutes remaining here in period 1. Roy with control of it, over at the left boards. Throws it down low, found by Martinez. Eki controlling a shot on, goes wide. It's it back, however. By Roy, turned over as Eki tried to pass it across there. Here comes NikkeDangles on the other end, controlling it with Cale McCarr. Goes down low behind the boards, puck won, however, by Eki. Here comes Eki down the other end, just 40 seconds remaining here in the first period. Eichel, over to Pietrangelo, shot on, puck loose in front, found first by NikkeDangles. Eki starting to just throw this on net a little bit more before a quick rebound play. Turned over by NikkeDangles in his own end, chance for Eki, backhand shot saved by Oninen. And that will tick down the last few tenths of seconds. Eki looking good there in the last few minutes, but not able to find another goal. Still trails by 2, a 3-1 lead for NikkeDangles after the first period.
Nikke has been kind of borrowing a page from Eki's playbook, I would say. He's played this game very patiently. He's been holding on to the puck for pretty good periods of time in the offensive zone, and he's not rushing too much on defense either. He's just playing very, very solidly, and he was able to make a couple of very clutch interceptions there when Eki was trying to look for those backdoor plays. And, well, I mean, Nikke just has been able to play in a completely different way to how he usually plays and what we saw yesterday, to be honest.
And that's what some of the great players can do. They don't have to rely on one thing. They can adapt based on the situation. We're seeing Nikke do that right now as period number 2 is underway. We'd like to thank our sponsor, Kovalon Lakrasi, for their amazing support of the ECL. Everything they do to make our league and our coverage here today possible. As we have had some great coverage here so far. He comes down the other end, the cross crease to Jack Eichel, puts it in the back of the net. Folks, we told you, if anyone can make this comeback happen, it is Eki from down 3 to now down just 1.
He found found the first goal to start this comeback, and now he finds another. Jack Eichel once again. Good patience there, driving the net with Tomas Hertl, and he's able to find that wide open back door. And Nick has been, that sort of a play has been looking like it's going to happen eventually, as Nick has been having to make some very clutch interceptions defensively. Here's a breakaway for Eki.
He scores on a big mistake from NikkeDangles. The turnover at the point leads to the Chandler Stevenson breakaway, and we are tied.
Just like that. Didn't take long. Just 3 minutes into the period, and Eki is able to score 2 goals, tie this game up, and we have a game.
And that's why Eki is Eki. And now you're going to see NikkeDangles call a timeout. He doesn't like the way the momentum has shifted. But again, it just shows you we've not seen many big mistakes from either player, but that turnover right there from NikkeDangles, Eki read it like a book. That pass to the point led to the breakaway, and it just goes to show you the slightest little mistake can cost you a goal like that when you have a player on the other side that's at such a high level that these two players are.
Those sort of plays are just, that's one that Nick is gonna want back, because it feels like a stupid mistake, but it is tough in those situations. You're not completely sure if Eki is going to be reading that pass, and that time Eki was, and Nick just makes the pass anyways, and just gifts a breakaway for Eki, and Eki wasn't going to miss from there.
Yeah, that's just such a tough play. Hindsight always 20/20, and we haven't seen anyone really make a play like that at the point. Eki decided to get aggressive that time, jump up for that pass, happened to read it right, made a great play to notice that that was what Nicky was going for, and was able to capitalize there with the goal to tie it up, and potentially looking for his first lead of this game, number 2 here. He controls the puck right now behind the net with Anthony Mantha, turned over, picked up by NikkeDangles, who reverses it back over to Manson, and will slow things down for a line change here. Nicky forechecking here a little bit. He's been applying some pressure ever since he had that early deficit. Dangles breaks past it, however. Controls it with Rantanen at the point. Dumps it down low, but nobody there to get it as Tomas Hertl will collect it here for Eki. Almost halfway through this game, we have seen 3 unanswered goals for both sides. NikkeDangles with a 3-0 lead. Eki comes back with 3 straight to tie things up. This is the exact contest we expected to have between these two. Back and forth, constant action. A thrilling series so far, but we'll see a third game. Eki has to win it to push this to that decisive third game. The winner of this one meets up against Temppanen or Eken in the championship series later on tonight, as a power play upcoming here for Eki. NikkeDangles is going to go to the box as Cale McCarr, who's the guilty party.
Another penalty for Nick. We saw, I believe, like 3, maybe even 4 penalties in the first game, if I remember correctly. And again, one play where you don't want to stick in that position. Maybe Nick thought that he was going to be able to be a little bit in front of the player of Eki, but that time he's not, and he slashes the player from behind, and that's going to be called every time.
Yeah, great point there, Sophie. Penalties, that was one of the few weaknesses we saw from NikkeDangles there in that first game. Took 3 or 4, as you mentioned. Was able to kill pretty much the ball. Almost got a short-handed goal there, but just went a little bit wide. Hit the side of the net. Here comes Eki with some speed. Oh, he had Mark Stone to the left, but he was just a step ahead of him. Going to lead to an offside goal. Face off the neutral zone here. 1:10 left on the Eki power play. He wins the faceoff. Gives it to Stevenson at the point. Stevenson looking. Bumped off of that puck. Loose. Battle for. Found again by Eki, however. Gives it to Tomas Hertl. Save made by Oninen. Nice play there. Very sneaky there from Eki. But denied by the goaltender. NikkeDangles just dumps this down in the corner board. That'll bring Cale McCarr out of the box to kill off another penalty. NikkeDangles, he's had some trouble in the box, but he's been able to pretty much kill all of them off. So he has possession now with Nathan McKinnon. Past the blue line, gets past the defender, past the he scores! Landeskog just taps it in, and NikkeDangles back on top again.
Again, Nick is able to beat the defense of Eki. He's just able to skate past his players, and just feeds it in front because he's got two players there playing against one defender of Eki, and that's a huge goal to give the lead back to Nick. And this gives me a little bit of game 1 vibes here with the score of 4-3.
And again, another game with 5+ goals. It just goes to show you again how good each of these players are. As NikkeDangles takes this lead back, but we've seen it time and time again in this series that Eki has been able to punch back whenever it feels like Nikke has that upper hand. They do so again here, late in the second period. Eki in the offensive zone, turned over, however, is picked off by NikkeDangles. NikkeDangles past the blue line with Gerard, had a hat-trick in game 1. Lost it in the potential 3-on-1 here for Eki. Slows down with Hannafin. Looks like the positioning for NikkeDangles defensively. Threw it up, play off, but not for long. Chance for Stevenson on the left side, taps it in. Eki ties it up again. I feel like I've been saying that on loop all series long.
Yeah, once again, we have a tie game. We've seen so many tying goals throughout the series. Feels like neither of these guys has been really able to get a large lead in these games, unless you count the very end of that game 1 where Nikke just got a few extra goals to give himself that edge over Eki in that game. But Nikke wasn't happy with himself right there. I could see that he was saying something to himself, and I'm pretty sure he's very frustrated giving up that goal, and that one's gonna be one where he feels like he should have defended that one better.
Yeah, and you know, I know that this is a must-win mathematically for Eki, but it feels like one for NikkeDangles, as you see Eki not really loving that goal, just kind of laughs it off, but NikkeDangles, once again, retakes his lead after surrendering it just moments earlier.
This series has been very weird. Like, the gameplay hasn't looked like either of the players are going to be scoring too many goals, but we've seen, what, 9 goals in this game in only 2 periods. It feels like the gameplay has been controlled, but then all of the sudden we see like a breakaway or a 2-on-1 develop like from out of nowhere, it seems.
Yeah, it's all kind of out of nowhere, it feels like. And, you know, as I was saying, you know, mathematically, obviously, this is a must-win for Eki. If he falls in this game, his championship dreams are done and dashed. But for NikkeDangles, it has to feel the same way, right? You don't want to face against Eki in a game 3 where it's win or go home. You want to go ahead and knock this series out now, punch your ticket into the final. The longer you extend the series against Eki, the more life you give him, the more that your chances decrease of being able to punch your ticket into that championship yourself.
Yeah, for sure. You don't want to go into a game 3 in a best of 3, because if you won that first game, if you lose, it means your opponent automatically has a little bit of a momentum going into that decisive game 3. We talk about how important game 1s are, and sure, they are very important, but even if you lose a game 1, you still have the chance of winning game 2 and getting that momentum going into game 3.
We've seen 2 of our 4 series in this tournament get pushed to that all-decisive game 3. Both of them were in the second half of our cast yesterday. NikkeDangles and Sisu went to a game 3, and then we saw the series between temppanen and Artuzio go to a game 3 as well. See another one here. Eki's going to have to come back to make it happen. He's down 1 right now, but has possession of the puck. It's Tomas Hurdle and slot shot on, save made by Onanen. NikkeDangles gets it out of his own zone and goes on the rush. Kale McCarr controls it. Nice defensive play there made by Eki. NikkeDangles with nowhere to go there on the boards. 13 minutes to play for NikkeDangles here, Sopley. What do you feel like you have to key in on to take this one home?
It's tough. It's tough. You can't really stop attacking at this point. It's way too early for that. But at the same time, you don't want to take too much risk either, because Eki is going to punish you if you do any sort of silly mistakes. But there it is, he scores! That is exactly what he needed at this moment, and he's up by 2 in this third period.
And one of those X-Factor players, Nathan McKinnon, the one that puts it in, as you can see right there, just puts it past that blocker side of Robin Leonard. And for Eki, that has to feel like a crusher. Obviously, someone that does not get up and down whatsoever. He's always a very steady presence, but you can't help but to feel a little bit concerned. You see that second goal go in, you're down by 2, you're down 1-0 in the series. You know that you have to win to keep your hopes alive, and time now starting to tick a little bit faster. It feels like it's getting laid a lot earlier than it would have been, and NikkeDangles got put that puck in the back of the net. Zaki controls it right now in the neutral zone. As at the point, tries to skate in. Puck moves found by NikkeDangles. Zaki gets it back in the neutral zone after a turnover. Trying to pass it up, no one available, and now it'll lead to an icing call, so an offensive zone faceoff coming up here now for NikkeDangles. As remember, guys, make sure you stick with us at the conclusion of the series. We will have our next semifinal series between Eken and Temppanen. Eken, a 5-time Swedish champion, Temppanen, the 2023 Finnish champion. So, two of the best players in the world. Stokely mentioned earlier, the 4 that made the semifinals here, the same 4 that made the GWC European Finals, as Eki cuts the lead back to 1, a hat trick for Chandler Stevenson, and again, that's why you never count Eki out. He's always able to find a way.
Yeah, NikkeDangles looked like he was in disbelief when that goal went in. I'm guessing he thought he was in perfect position to intercept that pass from behind the net, but somehow that's going to sneak between the legs of his defenseman, I believe, and Eki is within 1 goal all of a sudden. It looked like Nick was gonna run away with this game just like in game 1, but Eki still has plenty of time to tie this up now.
Oh, he almost did there, but the pass just couldn't connect. Controlling into the offensive end, 5.5 to play. Eki needs a goal as a huge hit breaks the glass. Self-stop play will give Eki an offensive zone face-off. I don't know if he'll love that because he's starting to cook a little bit there. Nevertheless, back underway, NikkeDangles wins the defensive zone face-off. So that was a bit of a break there. In hindsight for NikkeDangles, less than 5 minutes to play, and now he has possession of the puck, up by 1. It's a line change, and he's plenty fine taking his time. Can't afford a turnover, almost lost it, it gets it out. And a delayed penalty going to be called against Eki. 2-on-1 here, NikkeDangles, nice little move there. Not going to lead to a goal as Eki touches up. We'll have to go on a big penalty kill here as Jonathan Marchessault heads the box.
Huge penalty kill here. Eki is fighting for his season here and fighting for that final spot in this grand finals as Nikke is already trying to capitalize on the power play.
His first power play of this series. Eki has yet to take a penalty so far today. Has had a chance there but couldn't put it in. For Eki, you feel like as much as you want to kill this one off, you have to maybe take your chances and be somewhat aggressive as well, knowing you're down by 1 and it'll only be a little bit less than a minute and a half. Amazing when you get it back to 5-on-5 unless you allow one, and that is what he does. Samuel Girard puts it in on the backhand. Another odd man rush created by NikkeDangles. It's back to a 2-goal game, and not a lot of time left for Eki to come back. We've seen him do it before. He do it again. NikkeDangles back on the other end. Oh, a backhand shot saved by Robin Leonard. That may have kept Eki's hopes alive right there. Here comes Eki now on the other end, trying to find a quick goal. He needs it here. 80 seconds remaining. NikkeDangles gets the turnover, however. Lost it. Eki gets it. Puck loose. Found by NikkeDangles this time. Pass back to McKinnon. 52 seconds remaining. Time starting to really die down here for Eki. The winter champion qualified his way through. Beat E.T. Sniper in the quarterfinals. Peakerty, the spring champion, already knocked out. We see both seasonal champions drop. Not even making the final. 30 seconds. Eki with the puck. Moves it right side. Nobody there to pass it to. NikkeDangles picks up the turnover. 22 seconds remaining. And Stokely is starting to feel pretty clear. NikkeDangles may be on his way to the final, barring a magical comeback.
Yeah, looks like it. And Nikke continuing from where he left off in those Finnish championships where he was crowned the Finnish champion in NHL 24, and he's just been very solid throughout this series. I feel like he was able to play Eki's playstyle perfectly in both of these games, and Eki was just unable to be better at goal scoring than Nikke, even though they both kind of went with that style of play that Eki usually prefers.
And you feel like with this game and this series feeling a little bit more slowed down, that would have gone to the advantage of Eki, playing that patient play style that he does. But it's NikkeDangles who gets the victory, wins the series in a 2-0 sweep over Eki, the winter season champion. Done. He'll have to settle for at best a bronze finish as he'll face off against the loser of our next semifinal series between Eken and Temppanen. But the story, NikkeDangles, is you heard Eki mention this earlier, Sopoli, that he had the upper hand over NikkeDangles in the past until the Finnish championships just a few months ago. NikkeDangles beat Eki in that Finnish championship, and now here in the ECL Grand Finals, NikkeDangles gets the upper hand again. So NikkeDangles back-to-back series victories over Eki, a very entertaining series, very back and forth. A tough result for Eki, but again, one of these players, either of them could have easily been the champion if they had not matched up against one another, but you knew at one point or another, if they made it past that quarterfinals, they were going to have to probably see each other. That's exactly what ended up happening.
Yeah, and here's a crazy statistic. I was looking at both of those game stats, and I'm pretty sure Nikke had 7 goals on 15 shots in both of those games. So he was scoring at basically 50% shooting accuracy. He just beat Eki at Eki's own game, where Nikke wasn't able to get the kind of shot totals that he was putting up yesterday, but he was still able to score so many goals.
Congratulations to Nikke. He moves on to the finals. He can now take a couple of minutes, take at least about an hour to get some rest, grab a drink, maybe do a little bit of scouting here as our next semifinals, and his opponent will be decided here in this next series as we get set for Temppanen versus Eki. We're going to take a short break, get things set up there for you, and then when we come back, we'll set the table for that series and get things underway. We'll hear a quick word from our sponsor, eken45jr. Don't go away. We'll be right back in just a few minutes.
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi. kastike maistuu parhaalta. Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
With us as we just saw NikkeDangles punches his ticket into the championship round, a 2-0 series sweep over Eki, and now we'll find out who his opponent in that championship matchup will be as we get set for Eken versus Temppanen. And Sopli, two guys that, again, former champions at the Finnish and Swedish levels, both guys that we saw meet actually in the winter season. Temppanen got the better of that series, but with the way Eken was able to play yesterday, knocked off the spring champion in Picardy, you have to feel like this could be a little bit closer than what we saw a few months ago.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like Eken was actually the most positive, surprise for me on yesterday's broadcast. He was able to beat Pikkari pretty convincingly, in my opinion. So I feel like he definitely does have a better chance to challenge Temppanen here today compared to a couple of months ago.
Yeah, we saw him sweep Picardy. We saw Temppanen go to a best-of-3 game 3 against Artuzio. Artuzio putting up a great fight, but Temppanen just a little bit better in that series. A guy that I know you said, and I agree with you, maybe a little bit underappreciated in terms of the guys that you think about as those elite names in the 1v1 scene. But again, the 2023 Finnish champion, finished in the top 4 on the European side for GWC. He's a guy that has really emerged as one of those top names on the European scene 1v1 side. It still feels like sometimes that he doesn't get the respect he always deserves when you think about those top-end champions and names.
Yeah, you just have to remember he's gone to the World Finals in GWC twice in a row now. So, the past 2 years, he's just elevated his game to a completely different level. And I honestly don't understand if there are still people who don't regard him as one of the top 5 players on the continent. And he's here again today trying to show that he belongs in that top 2 conversation for the whole of EU.
We'll see who can take home this matchup, as again, the winner will face off against NikkeDangles in the championship round, as we'll have interviews with both of our 2 competitors, both Eken and Temppanen, as we get that set up for you right now. This is going to be so fun to watch, as we're going to be talking with Eken here first in just a few seconds. Because again, both of these guys so good. Both of them looked amazing yesterday. As I believe we have Eken just about ready here. I'm not 100% confirmed on that, but yeah, we do have Eken here with us. So it's going to be fun to kind of hear what Eken has to say, especially considering that he played so well yesterday. As Eken is now here with us. Eken, thank you so much for taking a few moments to join us here. Firstly, how are you feeling coming into the day after such a great performance yesterday against the spring champion in Picardy?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I had no expectations going into yesterday. Like I mentioned in the interview with you, I haven't played since late March. So, yeah, I was really, surprised by my level yesterday. I don't think I played that well the whole year. I beat a pretty, informed player, kind of convincingly. So, yeah, I hope I can keep up that level today against a really, really tough opponent.
Indeed, a really tough opponent. And you mentioned the last time you really had played consistently before this week was in March. And back in March, you faced off against Temppanen a good bit, especially in those winter semifinals. He got the best of you in that series. What do you feel like you're going to need to key in on in order to get the upper hand on him today?
It's hard. I think Temppanen is really good at everything, especially at the simple stuff. I think he's the best in Europe at those things. He's really good at keeping the puck and the patience, looking for the right time to shoot. And he's also a really good defender. So it's hard to just pinpoint one thing, but yeah, if I get going at the level I did yesterday, I feel like I'm gonna have a great chance to win.
you're a guy that it feels like you always are in these situations, in top fours, in finals. I know you said you feel like you haven't even really been at your best so far this year, but I got to ask you, what do you feel like your game looks like when you are at that top level? Because if it wasn't that top level yesterday, man, I can't wait to see what you've got coming up.
Yeah, I think it's just when I'm locked in the defense, and I think I was that yesterday. I don't know. It's something about these tournament games that I just, get into a zone where I play really well. I'm one of those players that don't really perform well in scrims and stuff like that often. So, but when these tournament games come, yeah, I feel like I find another level, and yeah, hopefully I can do that as well today.
One more question for you, Eken. If you had to choose one key or factor for you to win this series, what do you feel like that will be and why?
Yeah, I feel like everyone's saying the same, but it's just really finding the defense. It's really hard to defend in this game. So if you can, lock down, I think that's the main key.
Eken, great stuff, man. Thank you again for taking a few moments to chat with us. Best of luck to you here.
Thanks, guys.
All right, we got to hear from Eken. Now you will get to hear from the other side in Temppanen. Temppanen, thank you again for taking a few moments. Again, a great series yesterday against a tough opponent in Artusio. How do you feel like that momentum from yesterday, beating a good player in a best-of-3 series, can help you coming in today in the semifinals?
Yeah, I think it's always a big thing to win one of the best players. And yeah, I took a couple of weeks off from NHL, so it kind of gave me confidence going to today's matchup.
It feels like you always find yourself in the finals. You've been so good historically in these semifinals matchups, whether it's in the ECL, the Finnish Championships, the GWC. How do you feel like that confidence, especially against the player in Eken that you've had some success against in the past, can help you here coming into this series?
Yeah, I think I know exactly how I can win those series, and yeah, of course it gives a lot of confidence for me when I've been many times in top 2 or top 4. Yeah.
Now, I'm going to ask you something. I don't want you to give away your game plan too much, but as you mentioned, you played against Eken in the winter season, beat him in the semifinals. You've matched up well against him in the past, winning a lot of the series that you two have matched up against each other. Do you feel like there's anything specifically that has helped you succeed against him a little bit more potentially than some other players?
No, actually, I think I just need to play my own game and be good everywhere on the ice. So yeah, that's the thing.
Last question for you, Tep, and then don't want to take up too much of your time. If there's anything specific that you could say is a key or the biggest factor for you to win this series here and punch your ticket into the finals, what would that be in your opinion and why?
I think I need to focus on my counterattacks because it's always a huge thing if I can get like a couple of maybe free or easy goals in tournament games. So I think I need to capitalize those counterattacks, and that's the big thing.
Well, hey, we'll see if you can do it. You and Eken, always such a fun series to watch. To the top players in the game. We can't wait to take it in. Temppanen, thank you so much here for taking a few moments to chat with us. Best of luck to you here in the semis.
Yeah, thanks, man.
All right, thanks again to both Temppanen and Eken. Both great answers there in those interviews. And, we heard Eken kind of say, I know it's kind of the same story, but defense. And then you heard Temppanen, though he didn't say defense specifically, he didn't say counterattacks, which all starts on the defensive end. So it feels like that is the key that all of these players are honing in on. But yet, here we are, game after game. We're seeing 6 goals, 7 goals, 8 goals, 9 goals. It's going to be interesting to see if this one ends up being the same or if we do kind of finally get that lower scoring series that you maybe would have anticipated based on what everyone seems to be focusing in on coming into each of these series.
Yeah, it is possible, but to be honest, the way both of these players played yesterday as well, if I had to put a bet on it, I would 100% say we're gonna see at least 5 goals in each matchup or each match of this matchup. So it's gonna be interesting to see if Eken is possibly able to shut down the offense of Temppanen and stop those counterattacks and whatever. but it's gonna be tough. Both of them said that it's tough to defend in this game, so they probably know what they're talking about. They've been in these situations before, and I guess time will tell how this series will play out.
I also loved the answer there from temppanen when I asked him, you know, it feels like you've had that success against Eken. Is there anything he felt specifically has helped him against him? And he was like, no, I just have to play my game. He's focused on the task at hand, and it feels like each of these top guys, when they are able to focus in on playing their own game, locking in what they do best, that is when they have the most success. We'll see which of these guys can do so. As we're underway, game number 1 of our best of 3 series. We want to thank our sponsor once again, Eken45jr, for their amazing support of everything we do here at the ECL and SportsGamer GG. Is looking at the perspective of temppanen. He's using the Colorado Avalanche, using those classic away uniforms, while temppanen controlling Vegas, using those alternate reverse retro jerseys. As feels like that's been the common matchup we've seen in Vegas and Colorado, what we're going to continue to see probably here throughout the day.
Yeah, Vegas and Colorado, and I mean we'll have a Vegas Colorado final as well if temppanen is able to come out on top in this game, as his creates another good scoring chance to start this game. That one's not gonna be going in, but yeah, what you were touching on about temppanen saying that basically he doesn't need any sort of magic tricks here. He knows exactly what he needs to do. He needs to just play his own style, and I would say that I agree with that, as here he comes, he scores with that 5-hole shot, one of those goals that he's been scoring throughout this tournament, and he does it again with Barbashev, gives himself the 1-0 lead.
So the opening goal of the series to temppanen finds his way through, puts it in the back of the net. And I think you always love to get that first goal. It just gives you that extra sense of momentum here early on in the game. As we saw it yesterday against Artusi, that was something temppanen was really, really good at, was being able to get that goal early, kind of take on that early momentum. So interesting to see him get that early goal. We saw Eken do a good job of that as well in his series. As a backhand shot, he scores again. temppanen scoring in droves, a early 2-0 lead here, just minutes into the first period.
Big start. This has been the theme that we've been rolling with it throughout this tournament. We see a lot of early goals in these games, and this game is no exception. And 2-0 to start the first period for temppanen. And if you're Eken here, at this point you just, oh my goodness, he hits that spinorama goal and goes up by 3 already.
temppanen putting on the moves. The spin through the middle of Shane Theodore. He sweeps it in. Put that one on the highlight reel. A 3-0 lead in the early going, and he does it in style.
Wow, just one of those goals that you don't see very often, but when you are able to pull that move off, it is a very high danger scoring chance. And Eken had to play that defensive situation to not let temppanen cut to the front of the net, so instead temppanen just goes around the defenseman with that spinorama move and puts it home on the backhand. I would put that as a contender for goal of the tournament, to be honest.
Oh yeah, that is right up there. We have some guys that love to pull a few moves out deep in their bag of tricks. But temppanen, with a pretty play, gives them a 3-0 lead. You know, if you're Eken, what do you have to do to kind of stabilize this here? Because it just felt like all of a sudden temppanen just woke up and said, I'm going to start scoring now, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, that's what it seems. temppanen just decided, yeah, hey, I'm just gonna score at a pace of, 18 goals per game, and that's what I'm gonna try to do. You do you, and good luck to this matchup for you, Eken, as just temppanen starting off hot in this game.
See if Eken can crawl his way back into this one. We've seen a few comebacks. We even saw earlier in the first matchup. NikkeDangles was up 3-0, but Eki came right back as a breakaway save for Eken. Puck loose, found by Onninen. He'll hold on for the stoppage, and if Eken can mark his way to a comeback, bookmark that save right there, avoiding that 4-0 deficit by using that flying poke check.
Yeah, it seemed like temppanen's offense was just, super hot to start this game, so to be able to limit the goals of temppanen here is just absolutely massive for Eken. He just can't afford to go down by 4 or 5 goals here. That's just not gonna be possible to come back from. Although we have seen crazy things happen in these tournament games, but I mean, you gotta do whatever you can to not let your opponent have any extra free goals in these games.
Yeah, you mentioned that we've seen multiple multi-goal leads drop so far in these playoffs. A 4-goal lead dropped by NikkeDangles yesterday, a 3-goal lead dropped by NikkeDangles earlier today. So, you know, sure, it might be the same player. We saw Temppanen, though, drop a 3-1 lead yesterday in Game 2 against Artuzio. So this game far from over, and Eken, he's the guy that when he gets hot, he can really get the offense going, but he's going to have to get out of his own zone here, as Temppanen has pretty much hemmed him in the defensive side. Eken finally gets control of that puck. He'll slow things down to ask for a line change. Just 2 minutes remaining here in period 1 as he creeps his way into the neutral zone. Trying to skate his way past that blue line, reverses course, and finally does. Eken in control. Bumped off of that puck, however. Great defensive play there from Temppanen. Using Mark Stone on that one. Just 40 seconds remaining. Temppanen works his way up the ice. Gives it to Stone from Hannafin. Behind the net. Temppanen looking around, trying to find a shot or pass. Nothing there. Good defensive play there made by Eken as he tries to move it up the ice quickly. Just 2 seconds left. Has to get a shot on. Slaps that one. Easy save made by the goaltender, and that will do it for period 1. It was all Temppanen. He even put a little bit of style on it with the beautiful spin move in front. Sweeps it in past Onanen. Gives himself the 3-0 lead. You see the stats? Pretty indicative of what we saw there on the ice.
Yeah, one shot for Eken, and that was right at the end of the period with practically 0% chance of going in, and I feel like that was probably the best period from any player we've seen so far in this tournament. That Temppanen just completely shutting down Eken and able to score 3 goals. That's the perfect period.
Yeah, I mean, hard to disagree with that. Only allowed 1 shot, and it came with tenths of seconds left. It was low danger. Just 27 seconds of time and attack in that period there for Eken. I mean, for Temppanen, I don't think you could have dreamed up a better period against someone like Eken than what he got right there. Remember, Eken defeated Picardy in a 2-game sweep yesterday, the spring champion that I think was coming in probably as one of the favorites to win this entire thing. And Temppanen is just over here making things look easy.
Yeah, well, it's a tough start for Eken for sure, but Temppanen has just started so unbelievably well that I feel like Eken might be having a little bit of a flashback to their series a couple of months ago in that winter season, where it just seemed like Temppanen was just one step ahead of him the whole way, and was able to come out on top, and he's looking to repeat that today. And so far Eken hasn't been able to get too many shots on goal even, as there he does get one, but that one's going to be saved, and another save made right there.
Best possession of the day by far so far for Eken. Can he capitalize here? Cycles it around, has McKinnon down low, looking for a passing option. Eken stops, back skates in. Nice patience. Would have maybe liked to have seen a shot on net there, but trying to find that play, Temppanen did a good job of denying. Temppanen now takes over possession, bounces it off the boards to Carlson. Shot on, saved by Onanen. Puck loose in front, picked up by Eken as he goes on the counterattack. Now hit in the neutral zone, lost, scrambled for, and found first by Temppanen. Moves in past the blue line with Shea Theodore. Holds it behind the net. Reverse and he scores off the post and in the back of the net. A 4-0 lead for Temppanen now.
Wow, we see this exact shot that we've seen from a couple of other players in this tournament, and Temppanen is able to hit it. He hasn't been going for it too much, and the one time he does, he just plays that to perfection and is able to get that perfect animation and scores that short side.
A 4-0 advantage for Temppanen halfway through this game, and Eken still trying to search for some answers and a little bit of momentum here. Again, Eken, a 5-time Swedish champion. He's one of the best players that you'll find on the European side of things, arguably in the entire world. But struggling so far in this game to find form. Temppanen wins that race to the puck, has a chance in front, but gloved away by Onanen, and Eken going to play this out, trying to find something on the rush. Decides to back things down and get the line change. Moves it up to Ross Colden up the right wing. To Lekkinen. Shot on, blocked in front, and a tip and a score! Ross Colden snuck his way to the back door, taps that one in from the right post, and it may have not been pretty, but it's just as effective as Eken gets on the board. Maybe that could be the momentum swing that he needed. As you get a look at the replay there, kind of a clunky play, took a bounce, but nevertheless, Eken doing exactly what he needed to do, gets one on the board, cuts that lead down to 3. Temppanen trying to respond, that shot blocked. Loose found first by Eken. He moves up the ice. Still some time here for Eken to try to mark a comeback. Again, we've seen one 4-0 comeback already so far here in these grand finals. Eken trying to repeat that history from Sisu yesterday, not able to do so on that goal, but Temppanen goes back on the other end, forehand, backhand, a classic, puts it in, and it's back to a 4-goal lead for him.
The efficiency of Temppanen has just been unreal in this game. He seemed to be putting every single puck into the back of the net every time he's got that opportunity.
And you mentioned this yesterday, Sopley, with Temppanen. He's just one of those guys to where there are a few players that can score in so many different ways than Temppanen. He can do it on the cross crease, he can do it by making breakaways, he can do it in the slot, he can do it at the plate, but Eken's a good goal scorer himself. A couple of shots, a rebound, goes off of the post and in, cuts it right back to 3, and still has a steep hill to climb, but you feel like Eken's starting to find his rhythm just a little bit here.
Yeah, Eken starting his engines here, and I mean, if he doesn't win this game 1, at least he has that confidence of, hey, I can score some goals on this guy, and he knows that he does have an opportunity in these games if he is able to just stop Temppanen from scoring all the goals that he has been. It is not easy, as you mentioned. Temppanen seems to be scoring in every way possible. This time Jack Eichel just cuts into the middle and shoots it, and that was going to go post and in.
You saw Eken just shaking his head there in the bottom left corner. He just cannot believe it. It just feels like every time he gets something, Temppanen just rips it away from him mere seconds after a shot off of the post and in. As, you know, to be positive towards Eken here, you know, as you mentioned, this is a guy that he's starting to get his engines going a little bit. I know it's been a tough game for him overall, but this is where it feels like the mental game becomes very important, and you feel like Eken has been winning that mental game so far. He hasn't gotten too out of sorts. He's gotten better as the game has gone along. It's just that whenever it feels like he gets momentum, Temppanen takes it right back within just 30 to 40 seconds.
Yeah, Temppanen just kind of taking the life away from this game at least, but Eken still knows he has a shot in this series. It's a long series. One game will not be the end of it, and I mean, he still has a full period after this one to maybe try to go for a comeback, as he does take a penalty here, which is going to make it a little bit more difficult for him, but he still knows it's a long series ahead of us, and he does have a chance here still, and he can't just give up at this point.
Yeah, this is when you can't really get caught up too much in the score. It's easy to get frustrated and out of sorts, you know, mentally, emotionally, when you're coming in feeling good. I mean, we heard from Eken right before the series. He seemed as confident as ever. He's feeling good after his games yesterday. You know, felt like he had a good shot at this one, and obviously still a lot of series to go, but it just does such damage to the confidence and morale when you come in 2 periods in, you're down 6-2. This is when, again, composure and that mental strength is so important, because as you said, there's still another game to be played. Eken is still very much in this series, but you have to make sure to keep your head about you here. You cannot get too caught up in the scoreline at this point. Eken does have it in the offensive zone right now. He's trying to cycle it around, but a pickoff there by Temppanen. He moves it up the ice, has some numbers. Controls with Jack Eichel, another spin move and a shot. Nearly identical to how he scored his 3rd goal. That time, however, on and in there to make the save is Eken. Will just hold on to it and freeze it for a stoppage.
One of those things that Temppanen just has, that he's just able to create a dangerous scoring chance from that sort of a play, which doesn't look like a super dangerous one. And it just also makes it more difficult to defend against like the basic goals when you have to constantly be thinking about all these other possibilities that temppanen might be throwing at you.
And speaking of what temppanen might be throwing at you, add that one to the long list. Tomas Hurdle puts it in the back of the net as he has done so often throughout these grand finals. It's a 7-2 lead right now for temppanen. Still a lot of time to go here in this third period as well.
I was starting to miss Hurdle a little bit. We haven't seen a goal from him in a little bit. I'm not sure if he actually scored a single goal in that first series we had today, but he's back now. And Eichel is back with that 5-hole goal. He hits it once again. He's able to do that little bit of a puck protect in the backhand, brings it to the forehand, and the goalie is unable to close that 5-hole, and temppanen is just running away with this one, it seems.
Yeah, and you really do feel for Eken because, you know, there's some of these plays where there's really nothing you can do about it. And again, I can't help but to continue stressing it. You know, Eken, he's one of the top players on the European side, arguably in the globe. A 5-time Swedish champion, has represented Sweden in the IIHF multiple times. This is not nearly as easy as what temppanen is making it look. Eken has not played poorly. Sure, far from his best work, obviously, but it's not like he has played horribly. It's just temppanen, he can score in so many different ways. He's so good at creating opportunities, and there's just so much you have to look at and keep in mind, and he's taken advantage of every single opportunity he has had so far in this game.
Yeah, on defense, if you're Eken, you just can't have even half a second of not paying attention to what is going on, as temppanen is just so dangerous in so many different ways. You might think that temppanen is not in a goal-scoring area, but then if you just let him cut to the middle, even just slightly, he's able to do one of those plays where possibly it's a spinorama, maybe it's a 5-hole attempt, maybe it's just some sort of a snipe, and it just seems that you just can't give any room for temppanen to go for any of those goals.
Yeah, it just feels like he takes up every inch of the ice whenever he scores. I mean, he does it in so many different ways. The variance of his offense probably as good as anyone in this tournament. I mean, again, you have guys like Eki, NikkeDangles, Artuzio, that all are known for just their elite offensive performance. Peacoty, Eken known as an elite goal scorer on the 1v1 side. I mean, to see temppanen doing what he is doing in this game, the way he is doing it, really jaw-dropping, to be honest with you. He has said we thought this one was going to be very, very tight, and obviously still a long series to go. temppanen, he can't get too out of sorts. He has to keep doing this here for at least one more game, but still just stunning to see what he's been able to do as he almost gets another chance. That one, blocker saved away by Anand.
Most definitely very unexpected to see this sort of a scoreline in a semi-final series, where yesterday we didn't even have a game with a 4-goal difference, and now we're seeing a 6-goal difference in a semi-final game, so really couldn't have expected this.
Yeah, for those that weren't with us yesterday, we saw all of our games decided by 3 goals or less. Both of Nikke and Eki's games earlier were also decided by less than 3 goals. So this is going to be the first true blowout, really, that we've seen so far in these grand finals. As, again, the winner of this series will match up against NikkeDangles in the finals. The one that drops this series will go to a bronze match against Eki. And it's just a little bit over 5 minutes remaining here in the third period. You know, Stokely, as we kind of do start to look a little bit towards game 2. If you're Eken, how do you just kind of throw this one away and focus on that next game? It can be so tough to quickly really turn the page after such a tough performance, but he has to know that his championship hopes are on the line here. He's going to have to forget this one quickly and focus on the task at hand.
Yeah, I feel like in a way the fact that this game has practically been over for like at least 5 minutes of real time, that might help with it, because he could already like mentally start preparing for game 2 during game 1. Of course, he does have to play this one out. There's a couple of minutes left on the clock, but at this point he's already able to say to himself that, hey, game 1 is history. We don't have to remember what happened here, and we're just gonna focus on game 2 because he also knows that it's kind of a similar situation for Temppanen. Actually, it's not gonna be easy for either of them to mentally prepare for that second game because Temppanen is just coasting at this point, and the next game is gonna start at zeros, and it's gonna be the same situation for both of them.
Yeah, and that is a very key factor to keep in mind, too. When you're on the winning side of this blowout, it can be easy to kind of lose that focus that you had earlier on when it was a close game. And, you know, I'm not saying that's what's happening to Temppanen because, I mean, just kind of watching him play Soaply, he hasn't switched his play style from when he was up 1-0 compared to now to when he's up 8-2. He's been playing the exact same way that he was starting out this game. And, you know, that is probably a concern for Eken, but again, I think you have to remember, too, that last game, it is what it is. You have to focus on that game 2 upcoming, and just remember it's a fresh scores sheet, and you do have to win that game to at least push it to a game 3.
Yeah, that's a great point that Temppanen was actually able to keep playing the exact same way as he had been, and he didn't fall into the trap that many people do when they're winning in a game of just like stopping their offense. Basically, they just want to kill off the rest of this game and move on to the next one. But that's not necessarily the way you want to play, because then you're gonna have to restart your whole game style for the next game.
As we go back into the booth here, Brandon B. Major Bigsby alongside my partner, Laurie Sopeli Enstrom, and as we just saw, a dominant performance there from Temppanen in game number 1 of this series, an 8-2 victory over Eken, just one victory away from punching his ticket into the championship round against NikkeDangles. And, you know, again, for Temppanen, I think he's just going to look to continue doing everything that he did in that game. I mean, it feels like we're just kind of looping the same stuff here, but there was just so much that he was able to do in that game on the offensive end. But let's talk about the defensive end a little bit. We didn't really get to see Eken do a whole lot, and as much as it is that we talk about Temppanen and what he's able to do offensively, the defense that he was able to play, locking down Eken, not giving him much offensive zone time, and when he was in the zone, not giving him those easy looks. I feel like that's easy to kind of overlook in an 8-2 victory, but you can't have that great offense without great defensive play on the other end and in the neutral zone to match up with it.
That's 100% correct, and a lot of times we're just looking at both players' offensive talents when there's 2 players playing at every given time. It's not just both of them attacking one after the other, but every single time you have the puck, there's also the opponent trying to defend all the plays. So you're exactly right. The defensive side doesn't get enough love, and Temppanen just pretty much played a perfect game as far as I'm concerned.
Played a perfect game. We'll see if he can match that up in game number 2 as they get set to set that up. And, you know, I'm sure that NikkeDangles was watching that one very closely, knowing that he's going to be meeting with one of these 2 men in the finals here in just a little bit's time. And if you are Nicky and you think you might have to play Temppanen, you gotta just be like, whew, that's what I have to match up against with Temppanen playing that way to start this day out. Remember, that was just his first game of the day. There was no adjustment period needed. There was no warm-up time that he needed to have. He went right in, immediately started piling the net with pucks. And if you're NikkeDangles and you're watching that, boy, that has got to be something to be just not necessarily concerned about, but something you're definitely keeping in mind, knowing that your possible opponent in the finals just went up and put an 8 spot on a really good player in Eken.
Yeah, if you're Nikke, you were like, okay, I've scored 7 goals in both of my games. No one's stopping my offense today. And then all of a sudden, you turn on the stream and there's Temppanen putting up 8 on the board and just coasting home with the win in game 1. You gotta think of that. Yeah, okay, we might have some contest there for the finals if Temppanen is able to repeat what he did in game 1, at least in one of these 2 following games.
We see both guys are matched up and just about ready to go here. Temppanen sticking with the Vegas Golden Knights, Eken sticking with Colorado, and you know, I think it's going to be a lot of fun to see how Eken responds. Again, a guy that has won plenty of championships. He has fought through adversity before in his 1v1 career, but, you know, it is tough when you do lose that by that big of a margin. He's not used to dropping games like that, but again, I think the biggest key for him is just balling that one up, throwing it in the trash, and then moving on in this next game and knowing the task at hand that you have to win this game to move on. just kind of remembering what Templeton was able to do, using what you learned from that last game and applying it here in this one.
Yeah, you really can't let it get into your head. You just have to completely start from a blank sheet for this game too, if you're Eken. Because if you get stuck into that game one mentality, it's just gonna be completely impossible for you to play at your best. And against someone like temppanen, if you're even slightly frustrated and things aren't going your way and you're not at your best, it's a recipe for disaster.
We got game 2 underway now as temppanen in the offensive zone trying to find some space. Eken doing a good job not allowing him to get towards the middle and forces a turnover right after over on the boards. Eken moves in the offensive zone. Controlling with Girard, shot was blocked in front. Still has it, however, with Nathan McKinnon. With the left face-off circle, goes back up to the point. For a passing option, finds McKinnon over at the left corner, trying to skate towards the middle. Shot on, blocker save made. Eken controlling the puck a little bit better, looking a lot better already than what we saw at the start of game 1. On his own time, a few shots on net here early. Controlling it now over at the high slot with Landeskog. Gives it to Tays at the right point. Back to Landeskog, evades the defender and gives it back to Tays. Eken controlling the possession, temppanen not able to get it off of him. The exact start that Eken was looking to get. Eken waiting for a passing lane, nothing there so far. Shot tipped in front and off the post. Great chance for Eken, just inches from finding the first goal of this game too. Still on the attack, however. Landeskog controls it the right corner. Eken waiting for a man down low to get up. Tired, took a big hit, took a long time to get on his feet. It looks like that was actually an injury. So Eken's short a man right now, and temppanen trying to take advantage. He does create the turnover. A big break there for temppanen after Eken had a lot of good opportunity there and a well-sustained possession. And now here comes temppanen on the counter-attack. Pass across. Nice defensive play there made by Eken to disrupt that cross-crease chance. Here comes Eken now on the counter-attack. Middle step. Stops in the left corner, tried to pass in the middle, but picked off by Whitecloud. Templeton not able to break it into the neutral zone, and Sopway, this looks like a much more inspired Eken. He looks right back to the way we saw him yesterday as a shot on, nearly to a rebound, puck loose on the side of the net, and picked up by Eken. He controls it with Cale McCarr. At the back skate there, but it's poked off the stick, and temppanen finds it. Eken controlling this game here so far in the early going, halfway through this first period. Temppanen breaks into the offensive zone. He has it with Marchison. Up in front, shot, and he scores! A beautiful little toe drag move in front of the one shot, one goal, and the lead for temppanen after all that pressure for Eken. And Eken, as you saw right there at the bottom left, could do nothing but shake his head at that one.
Yeah, it seemed like Eken had the perfect start. He got restarted mentally for the second game. He was able to create some offense, but then temppanen just the bag of tricks. He just comes up with another one, a toe drag from the side of the net, and Eken is beat for the first time in this game. And this is the situation where it's gonna be very challenging for Eken to not be frustrated by this situation.
Yeah, again, you saw him shake his head after that goal went in, and it's even more frustrating because you got that start that you wanted, you controlled the play, you got plenty of opportunities, and then temppanen on really his first real offensive chance comes right back in, just scores the first opportunity he gets. It feels a lot like how that game once started, only this time Eken did control the play, did everything right, and temppanen just on the other end took advantage of the one opportunity he got. 4 minutes and 10 seconds remaining here in the first period. Temppanen with the first goal. Take an early lead. He's up 1-0 in the series as well. A victory will push him through to the championship round against NikkeDangles. Eken trying to at least put this into a Game 3 situation. He's the one who drops this series. Still that bronze match to play for. A little bit of an increased prize pool for the one that finishes in third. Eki awaits in that matchup. Temppanen controls it right now in the offensive zone. Skates in with Hannafin. Tried to pass it down low, but it was lost after the poke check as puck battle won by temppanen in the corner board, but found again that time by Eken after the poke check. 45 seconds remaining. Eken in possession. Gives it to Tays. His Been on the ice rather tired right now, so not a lot of speed as he has to move it up past the neutral zone slowly. Finds a middle step. Stops, looks, tries to backskate into the slot, but no room as Hill picks that one up. It's 10 seconds remaining, and that will do it. Period number one, Eken had the better of Temppanen through much of that period, but Temppanen, one shot, one goal to start things off. He takes the lead on the early going.
Yeah, and we see Eken shaking his head. Once again, he can't believe that after that period he's down by a goal, and I mean, I gotta feel for him in this situation, as he did everything right to begin this second game, and it just hasn't gone his way just yet. But I mean, there's still a lot to be played, and he's only down by a goal, so I mean, nothing's over just yet.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. I mean, you just kind of have to feel for Eken. He did everything right to start this game, got pretty much a picture-perfect start aside from being able to score a goal. Remember, he had a tip that hit the post and out, so he was inches away from being the one up 1-0. Who knows how that changes things, but again, all that attack time, all those chances, and yet it's Temppanen who holds a 1-0 lead. Just one goal on 2 shots on net so far in this game. Made it 3 with that last shot on net, but here comes Eken now on the other end, trying to find the tying mark. Controls it with McKinnon. Gets it up to Walker at the point. Lots of space there at the point. Tipped in front, he scores! Eken puts it in! It's the captain, Gabriel Landeskog. That's exactly what the doctor ordered for Eken. And he gets it back to a tie game.
That one's not gonna be deflected off the post and out. That one's gonna go straight into the net, and just like that, he's back tied. And I'm sure this relieves a little bit of pressure from his shoulders at the moment, because he was feeling like he should have had that goal a lot earlier, but now he finally does get it, and he's got that momentum going forward in this game.
And you saw the reaction there from him. He was, pretty excited. You could tell he kind of leaned back a little bit, maybe a little bit of a fist pump. Could totally see that lower half, but I think that even Eken knew he really needed that goal just for the morale boost. He's played so well, but just being down 1-0, it's frustrating knowing that you're doing just about everything right and you just aren't able to catch that break. He does there, ties us at 1 apiece, and he may not be done. Controls in the offensive zone, shot on, goes wide. That was Cale Makar. Dangerous score, almost found his way to a 2-1 lead. Now here comes Temppanen on the counterattack with Chandler Stevenson. Pass across the stone, shot was blocked. Sprawling on it, and if that went to a rebound, could have ended up in a goal. Eken now in control of possession. Gives it up to Machuska. Colton. Eken, nice little move, now to Lekkonen. Trying to find space for a pass or shot. Controlling it over at the right board, skates in middle. Tried to hit Lekkonen back on the pass from Johnson, but it was turned over, but Eken does end up getting it back again in the neutral zone. Halfway through this game, tied at 1, much closer to what we saw in this Game 1 victory. Just now joining us, Temppanen won game number 1, 8-2. Winner of this one beats NikkeDangles in the finals for 700 euros. As well as that pretty silver trophy that you see up on the top right of your screen. Eken in control for just a second, but Marchessault gets that poke check, and now here comes Temppanen, creates some space. Partial breakaway, spin move, shot saved by Onninen. Still in possession, however, behind the net. Skates in front, shot tipped in front there by Johnson. Nice defensive play there that was made by Eken to disrupt that. Temppanen moving to the outside behind the net, turned over. Eken going to slow things down just a little bit to get a line change for his forwards. 6 minutes to play. Gerard at the right wing. Passed across. Nice pickoff there by Temppanen. Sneaky little play. Here comes Eichel with a burst of speed, backhand shot, and he scores! Temppanen speeds his way through the middle, finds the space, puts it in the back of the net, and he's back up in this one by 1.
One of those goals where Eken is just, he's not gonna be happy with himself again, because it just looks like such a simple goal. Temppanen just picks the puck up with Eichel, just skates down the middle and finishes on the breakaway, but you gotta remember, Temppanen is one of those guys that has so many options that sometimes you're just not expecting him to just go with the most obvious way that usually everyone goes for. So you start like overthinking what he's going to do, and that time Temppanen is just able to skate down the middle, as Eken was probably thinking he was going to go for something different than that.
Yeah, I mean, Temppanen, he's just one of those guys to where the predictable becomes unpredictable with him, because what you feel like most players would do, he does. But then there's some times where he does exactly what most players would do, but you overthink it because he's able to do so many different things. He goes to that #1 option and can typically convert on it. So when he zigs, you zag a lot of times. And this is kind of one of those things where he puts himself in those positions, does so right there on the breakaway goal. Easy little forehand backhand. Gives himself a 2-1 lead with just 93 seconds remaining here in period 2. A lot of time here, though, for Eken. He's played well in this game. Controls the puck now. Dumps it in and is found first by Temppanen. Moves up with White Cloud. Lost it, but gathered by Mark Stone. Big hit over at the blue line there as William Karlsson was skating a pass there for Temppanen. And now here comes Eken. Last few ticks on the clock. Comes across, save made by Aiden Hill. And you see the reaction there for Eken. He is beyond himself, just trying to find something. Great play, but the goaltender and Aiden Hill denying him of what would have been the game-tying goal.
Another great chance created by Eken, and I mean, once again, you just have to feel for him, because he has been able to create those chances time and time again, but Temppanen, the goalie of Temppanen is currently just making the save on every single one of these 50-50 scoring chances, and in the other end Temppanen has just straight up scored 2 goals, and at the moment that one that Eken has been able to put up is just not going to be enough.
We'll see if Eken can make something happen. Down 1-0 in the series, down 2-1 in game number 2 as the third period now underway. Temppanen just one more period away if he can hold on to clinching his spot into the Grand Finals championship. It's a long way to go against a hungry and determined Eken. Skates it up the ice now with speed, has a chance to McKinnon. Nice little back skate move, shot on, save made by Aiden Hill. Temppanen will go ahead and throw this out. Moves it up the boards with Jack Eichel. Lots of speed, lots of space. Breakaway chance, backhand save made by Onanen. Nearly identical to how he scored his second goal, but this time the goaltender makes it stop. Eken now in possession. Stops over at the right boards. Looking around as he gives over to the left side now. Controlling it with McKinnon. Shot on, rebound chance, but Temppanen got there first. Hill was not able to get to that right side. If that was Eken, that is a surefire goal. It just feels like that's been the story of this game for Eken. Great chances, great opportunities, doing everything right, but just cannot seem to catch the proper breaks. As a turnover here, beautiful Deke tried to evade the defender, but there was a second man back there to clean it up there for Eken. Here comes Eken now on the offensive side. Shot on from Cale Makar, save made from Aiden Hill. Another chance potentially as the puck battle for won by Eken. Pass across, puck loose, patted away there from Aiden Hill, and here comes Temppanen now on the other end. Eken gets it off the turnover. Good passing, found first, however, by Temppanen after that fourth pass. Here he comes with Marchessault. Pass across to Barbashev. Backhand shot. Hits off the side of the glove of Onanen. Another pass across. This one picked off the shot again, and they score! Temppanen puts it in. A little bit of a fluky bounce there, but it trickles its way in past Aiden Hill. Temppanen doubles his lead.
Oh, and this is so tough to watch from the perspective of Eken. He's had these exact same opportunities that Temppanen had right there, where it seems like he's just one little bounce away from tying this game up. But instead it's gonna be Temppanen finds a little bit of a fluky one there. Somehow the puck just bounces to his stick in front of the net, and Marchessault just puts it in.
You saw it there, his goaltender and Onanen, he tried to go and cover the puck, he missed. Marchessault, right place, right time. Temppanen able to get to that puck, and he puts it in. Just a very unfortunate bounce there for Eken. And like you said, Soaply, it just feels like that's been the story. Eken creating the same chances, arguably better chances than Temppanen in this game, but he just can't seem to find that luck. While on the other end, Temppanen comes in, he gets a chance, and either a bounce goes his way or he's able to take advantage of it and find a good scoring opportunity like he did on that breakaway early. Still a lot of game left here as 7 minutes to play. Eken down by 2, but he's going to have to act quickly. There's a chance for Temppanen, pass across, and he scores! Eichel to Theodore, A 3-goal advantage now for Temppanen, and that has to feel like that could be the dagger.
Yeah, feels like it's all downhill from here, and again, it just hasn't been going his way today, and this is a very, very difficult comeback to make. There is 7 minutes on the clock, it is possible, but after the way this series has gone, I don't know about you, but I don't really see how Eken would be able to do this now.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, especially with the way Temppanen has played on the defensive end. I mean, even with Eken playing a really good game offensively, Temppanen, he's done a good job of denying some opportunities. And, you can say that there's been a couple of fortuitous bounces for Temppanen, but he's also taken advantage of them. You have to be at the right place at the right time and put yourself in position to get lucky at times. He's done that so far in this one. He's also created some really good chances of his own. And a beautiful try there from Eken. Tried that little one-handed deke trying to lay that puck in. It's another shot and another save from Hill. The goaltending for Temppanen's been really good as well. Eken could easily have 3 or 4 goals if not for Aiden Hill.
Yeah, Eken also, that little behind the back one-hander move, he scored that in the GWC European Finals, and I mean, maybe that would have been the spark to kick off a comeback here, but just no luck this time around. That's just the way it's been for him.
Yeah, Eken, he's one of those guys. He's so fun to watch because not only is he a smart player, but he really does have a deep bag of tricks. But unfortunately, just the going not in his way tonight. Temppanen another goal, make it a 5-1 score. And, if you had any questions about potential comeback, that right there definitely put them to rest. And, I mean, I feel bad because, you don't mean to harp on the same thing over and over, but you just can't help but to feel for the guy. I mean, Eken, he is done just about everything right. It feels like in this game, Temppanen's played a great game in his own right, but you just feel like he deserves a little bit of a better result than what he's gotten. An 8-2 loss earlier, and now down 5-1 here in this one. It just feels like he's played a little bit better than what the final score is going to give him credit for.
A little jump kick right there almost went in, but yeah, I have to agree with you on that. The score line of this game just does not tell you the whole story. If anybody in the future is gonna go look at the stats from this tournament and they see these score lines, it definitely does not show how close this second game was, though. Temppanen did play a super good first game, and I mean, he did everything he needed to do to win the second game as well, so I have to give him credit as well. But yeah, I mean, it is very tough to watch from Eken's perspective.
Yeah, definitely a well-deserved trip to the finals for Temppanen. Again, it feels like every time he's in a big tournament, he makes it into the final. You mentioned it earlier, 2 years in a row. Made it to the finals in the GWC on the European side, made it to the finals in the winter season, lost against Eki. The 2023 Finnish champion, obviously, so Temppanen is a guy that he's used to making it to that final round. Now, he awaits his matchup with NikkeDangles. As great sportsmanship there between Temppanen and Eken. Temppanen not going to run that score up any further, just going to hold that clock out. Eken going to let him do so. As the clock ticks down, that will do it. Temppanen, a 5-1 victory in game number 2. He punches his ticket to the championship round. He's got a date of best of 3 with NikkeDangles. 700 euros in that trophy. It'll be a fun series to watch. Two guys we haven't gotten to see match up against each other too often.
Yeah, fun series coming up for sure. And I guess what we're going to see, another Colorado against Vegas game, assuming none of these players are going to switch up what has been working for them throughout this tournament so far. And yeah, I mean, the 2 best players in this tournament have made the finals, and it's going to be the battle of 2 great players, and really excited to see what's going to be happening in that matchup.
Yeah, and well, folks, our championship matchup is set. NikkeDangles versus Temppanen. We're going to find out a little bit later who is going to take home that trophy. We're going to have our 3rd place game, though, first. So Eken going to have to forget about that series quickly as he now has to face off against Eki for the 3rd place game. Remember, the winner of that bronze matchup going to be able to take home a little bit of a larger prize pool. Also nice to say that you finish in a podium position. That's going to be a very entertaining series as well. One of the best players in Sweden versus one of the best players in Finland. So going to be a lot of fun to watch that. Before we get into that, we're going to take a short break here for just a moment. Hear a word word from our sponsor in eken45jr. Do not go away. Grab a snack, grab a drink, take a bathroom break if you need to, because we have got some fun games on tap. Our third place matchup between Eki and Eken, and then after that, our championship best of 3 series between NikkeDangles and temppanen. Do not go away. We'll be right back after the break.
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi. lakukastike maistuu parhaalta. Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
Point, but still something to play for. You don't want to finish in that last spot. You want to maybe get into that top 3 if you can.
Nah, I definitely want to still win this game, as you said, and I mean, Eken against Eki, that's arguably the GOAT of Finland and the GOAT of Sweden from the past few years, or multiple years of NHL competition, and so it's definitely one of those matchups that you're always looking out for, as you never know when it's going to be the next time, if there is a next time when these two are going to be matching up in a big tournament.
Yeah, and you gotta feel like there probably is a high chance of there being matchups between these two in the future, but you just never know. There's a lot of names over the last couple of years that have really popped up and shown out. I mean, you even look at this tournament, Sisu last year making a name for himself, winning the ECL 1v1 title this year. Easy Shot Sniper, just 16 years old, making his big stage debut into the grand final. So every year there's new names that pop up and make a name for themselves. I can take some of the spots of these guys that have been around for the last few years, making it in the finals year after year after year. So you have to appreciate when guys like Eken and Eki that have been so consistently elite for so long can match up with big stakes on the line, as we are watching things at the perspective of Eken. He is the away team for this one in Colorado, or Eki wearing those home goals of Vegas, as Eki going to go on the power play here after a tripping call in front on Eki. Defensive zone face-off to the right side for Eken. One thing Eki did struggle with in his series against NikkeDangles was on the power play. He had 5 or 6 chances on the power play. I don't recall him scoring on any of them, so Eki going to look to take better advantage of this power play opportunity.
Yeah, I believe that could be the case, that he wasn't able to get any of those power plays to work for him.
Remember, this is a 1-game series, so the winner of this game is going to be your bronze winner. No best of 3. Well, for NikkeDangles and temppanen, that will be a best of 3, so 2 wins separating them from the title, but for now we have hotter issues on our hands as Eken and Eki go back and forth here. Eki's still on the power play, but not too many chances for him so far. He tried to get that in backhand, not able to do so, and now here comes Eken on the other end. Poke checked away there by Eki. Great defensive play, but Eken's fine with that, killing off more of that man advantage time. Just 10 seconds remaining on that Eki power play, as Eken's still controlling the puck. Nice patience to get up to Landeskog with the right boards. Man comes out of the box, and it's back to even strength. Great kill there for Eken. Controls at the point with Walker. Turns and gives it to Landeskog. Poke checked away, but recovered. Gerard with it at the left corner. Nice little move there from Eken. Tried that little one-hand deke again that we saw him go for earlier. Nearly led to a goal, and he gets a power play after. Draws a tripping goal against William Karlsson. So a nice little sequence there for Eken, and now his turn is on the power play.
I believe it was actually this exact same matchup in the GWC semi-finals, in which Eken was able to hit that little behind-the-back one-hander move, and now he does hit another big tipper goal for Gabriel Landeskog.
Yeah, we saw Eken capitalized on that earlier in his series with temppanen and got those tips to go rather consistently when he was able to get the space to shoot it. Gets that one there on the power play, and Eken with a 1-0 lead halfway through this first period. And, again, the semifinals matchup from GWC, Eken and Eki, plenty familiar with each other. And, you kind of mentioned it, the GOAT of Finland, arguably over the last 5 years, against the GOAT of Sweden, potentially over the last 5 years. So When we say these are some of the best players in the world matching up against each other, we aren't saying that lightly. These are two guys that are at the top of the top in the 1v1 space. It's always a treat to get to see them match up. As a chance for Eken, he scores off the post and in. Who else but Shea Theodore? He's been a hero plenty of times today for both Eki and temppanen. Shows up again there, ties this game at 1 apiece. It's a 1-1 game and just 6.5 to play here in period 1. Eken currently in possession. Breaks it past the blue line. Gets in, holds it, goes down low over to Rantanen. Shot on, blocked in front, good defense there by Eki. Eki now on the counterattack, moving up with Karlsson, now to Stone. Eki holds it backhand, back to Stevenson on the pass. Stevenson circles around, holds it at the high slot, trying to find space for a shot or a pass. Nothing there so far, and he throws it back to the point. Right-handed for controlling a shot, tipped in front, saved by Onninen. Eki looking for a similar play that Eken scored on the start to scoring out. The pass across, big block by Jones. Huge play there by Eken to get in front of that shot. And there's the defense that we talked about earlier. It can often be overlooked, but these are some elite level players defensively. Eken showed you an example of that right there. Here he goes down the offensive end trying to find something. Beautiful toe drag shot on though, was saved by Robin Leonard. Just over a minute to play here in the opening period. Tomas Schertl with some space, stops, looks, pass across. Nice defensive play there. Eki, really nice play created, but Eken just a step ahead. Loose in front, scooped up by Onninen. He'll freeze it with just a little bit over 12 seconds remaining here in the opening period. Face off to the left side. Eki. He ties it up and wins it in his own zone. Trying to escape past the defender. Has some space. 3 seconds to go. Controls what McKinnon tried to pass it in front to Landeskog. Nobody there. Excuse me, that was Eken. And that will do it for the first period. Pretty back and forth, pretty even overall, and so hopefully when you see Eken and Eki match up, this is the exact game that you expect to see. Back and forth, not a lot separating the two.
Yeah, back and forth indeed, and feels like we're seeing a little bit of what we saw in the series between Eki and NikkeDangles earlier, and they're both kind of taking their time, looking for good opportunities, looking for tips, looking for plays like that, and it seems like we have a little bit of a lower scoring game to what we're used to here today, but it's going to be a very close one, I would assume.
Yeah, just 2 goals between these two is a chance there for Eki nearly, but unable to put that in the net. Tries to skate through the middle with Hurdle, but nothing there. Now here comes Eken down the other end. Controls it with Girard. Nice little windmill deke, finds the way to McKinnon. Backskate shot on, blocked in front. Eken gets it back with Landeskog. Gives it up to McKinnon at the point. Now over to Girard, back to McKinnon down low. A beautiful move in front, but Leonard picks that one up. Comes up with the save. .14 left here to go in the second period. Still tied at 1. Eken got the scoring started on the power play. A tip goal in front. And Eki came right back a few minutes later to tie things back up. Every game so far in the grand finals has seen 5 goals or more. Feels like this could very well be the game that breaks that streak. It's a chance for Eki. Pass across. Back in front by a defender. Eken on the counter. Controls with Middlestat for a second, but off the skate, past the blue line, and it leads to an offside.
Pretty wild that it's still ongoing, the streak of every game having at least that 5 goals. Most of them a lot more than 5 goals. We've seen plenty of games with over 10 goals actually today.
Yeah, and if you count it up, we've played 14 games so far in these grand finals between yesterday and today. This game, the 15th, so it just goes to show you how long we have seen just a goal-scoring output between everyone playing, and these are all very good players that capitalize and talked about wanting to be good defensively, and You know, it just shows you how elite all these guys are creating opportunities for themselves. Even though they are all focusing on the defense, they're able to find their chances offensively. And you mentioned something yesterday, Stokely, that was very true. Though this game feels like it is a little bit easier for defense than past years, this is still a game where you can find some offensive opportunities if you're skilled enough to do so. And all 8 players in this tournament more skilled than enough to make that happen.
Yeah, and I think a big part is also the fact that NHL, every single year, towards the end of the year, pretty much everybody is getting all the goal scoring ways down. So, for example, in the winter finals, we did not see nearly this many goals per game on average, which just was because players didn't really know yet what exactly works and what doesn't. But it's summertime now, so these players have had their chance to really fine-tune their offensive game, and now they pretty much everyone knows exactly what will go in and what won't.
Yeah, it's a great point. I mean, you're talking about it being all the way in July now. These guys have been playing this game for 9 months. You're talking about now looking forward to NHL 25 coming out in about 2.5 to 3 months' time. So you kind of know the ways to score and how these guys are able to opportunities. It's tough to stop everything. And that's an example. That patented cross-crease play over by the post. Eki capitalizes it. Jack Eichel shotting on the spot to tap that in. Gives him the first lead.
Yeah, one of these goals that we again saw Eken kind of shaking his head. How did I let that just happen? I mean, that's one of those basic plays that you just always need to be looking out for, but it is just so difficult to defend against that, along with the variety of other ways people can score in this game. And sometimes you just fall asleep for half a second, and well, Eki is one of those players who's gonna be scoring if you give him the chance to.
Yeah, that's something we really haven't talked about too much, but is such a big factor in these series, is just keeping that level of focus. It's so difficult to do so for 60 minutes against competition like the guys that are in this tournament. But, you know, again, as you mentioned, if you fall asleep for just 1 second, you have a guy like Eki on the other end, or a guy like NikkeDangles or Peekity. They will capitalize and make you pay for that. That is all it takes sometimes, is just that 1 second where you lose a little bit of focus, and they're going to capitalize and make a play on it more times.
Yeah, and I feel like NHL 24 has, at least for me, been possibly the most demanding game ever. I feel like a lot of the previous NHLs were even more just thumb skills based, and this year it just feels like you just have to be locked in the whole time. Who knows, maybe it's just because more players are just better overall, and there's usually not a huge mechanical skill difference between any two good players. That could be one of the reasons why it feels like it's more mentally demanding this year, but definitely I found this game to be one where you just cannot play at even 90%. You have to be at 100% the whole game.
Yeah, and that's a really great point. It just goes to show you that, you know, these guys, they may make it look easy, but it is far from that. Always trying to stay locked in for each game, and that's what makes it so tough to win a tournament like this, because you are going against 8 of the top players in all of Europe that earn their way through months of play to get to this point. And one of these two men going to take home that bronze prize. Right now it's Eki with the 2-1 lead here in the third period, but Eken trying to fight his way back. He was up 1-0 earlier, but it's been Eki with both goals. A shot on nearly disrupted. Comes Eki now on the other end. Going at the point, gets it to Pietrangelo. Over at the face-off dot, goes down low, back to Pietrangelo, up top, shot on, save made by Hananen, who has been rather sharp for Eken. And here comes Eken, breakaway opportunity, good trip there from Eki, not close enough to the goalie to have a penalty shot, and you see Eken just laughing at that, does not love how that one panned out for him, but a very high IQ play for Eki, knowing the situation and what the result would be.
That actually, that is up in the running of play of the day in my books. That was an unbelievably good thinking there by Eki. Just trips Eken right before the blue line, you know? The blue line is from where the possibility of a penalty shot awarded for a tripping penalty starts, so Eki was just able to trip him in time to not have Eken go on the penalty shot.
And you know, it just feels like it's been that type of day for Eken. I mean, anything that can go wrong has gone wrong when he has gotten a good opportunity, it feels like. And if he doesn't score on this power play, if he loses this game, add that to the list, and that may be on the top of it.
Yeah, that's just gonna hurt you so bad after having kind of an unlucky day with the semifinals, game 2, and now a little bit to a lesser extent this game, but you just look like you have a clear breakaway, and all of a sudden it's turning into only a power play, which does turn into a 5-on-3 now, with Eki taking another penalty.
Yeah, mistake there from Eki. That first trip was meant to happen. The second one wasn't. You saw he shook his head there after that one. Knew he made a mistake, and not only was it a 5-on-3, but it was full pressure. Luckily for him, he was able to clear that out. 5-on-3 still for Eken for the next 2 seconds. One man comes out of the box, but still an extended power play here right now. Eken trying to find the game-tying goal. A little over 12 minutes remaining as Landskog has it in front. Can't get a shot or a pass off as Eki gets it and moves it up with Carlson. Defended well there by Eken as Eki will just dump this behind the net. And the battle of the puck won by Eken. Pass to Landeskog. Over to right boards. Eken trying to find some space for a shot or a pass. He's tripped up yet again. Another penalty here for Eki. Eken bumped off of that puck, and looks like a man just came out of the box for Eki, so it will be a 5-on-4 still, but nevertheless, this feels like we're one of those situations where this is one of the best chances that Eken is going to have to try to tie this game here.
Yeah, it's almost like Eki is giving Eken all the chances he needs to tie this game up, and a third tripping penalty in a row, and you know, also the clock slows down on the power play, so Eki is just playing into the hands of Eken right now, but so far no luck on the power plays.
Eken controls a shot on from the point, saved by Robin Leonard. He'll hold on for a stop. We're halfway through this third period. Eki just holding on to his 1-goal lead, a 2-1 score line. Winner of this game, your bronze winner. Eki on the penalty kill, moves up the ice. Has some space with Carlson. Stops. But checked off, but found it back over in the right corner. Pulls at the boards and dumps it down low. Goes to the opposite side. Eki just killing off the time with offense here. As he goes out in front. Shot goes wide. May have been poked as well. That would have been a massive goal there for Eki to double his lead shorthanded, but he does get his man out of the box, and a squandered opportunity there for Eken. A 5-on-3, 2 power plays as well. Not able to come up with anything on any of them. 7.5 minutes remaining, still down by 1. That could be an opportunity that he comes back and thinks about. And again, so pleased with the way this game seems to be trending. Eki holding on to a 1-goal lead. That big trip that he made in the neutral zone on what would have been a breakaway, looking like a really important play, maybe the game-changing play. As a pass across and they score! Chandler Stevenson puts it in, and Eki doubles his lead with just a little bit less than 6 minutes remaining here in regulation.
He survives. He survives. It looked like a breakaway for Eken. He is able to trip him up just before the blue line. Then he goes on to take 2 more tripping penalties back to back. And somehow Eki is able to kill off 3 minor penalties in a row, and back the other way he's able to score right after killing off those huge penalties. And this looks like it could be the deciding factor in this bronze series.
Now Eki just worried about controlling the possession, killing off the time, not allowing anything on the other end. And, you know, again, that trip in the neutral zone, what would have been a breakaway. That feels like the play of the day so far. I mean, that has completely changed complexion. Obviously, we don't know for sure that Eken would have scored, but I feel like that the chances of him scoring rather high. It's rare you see Eken miss on a breakaway as another potential breakaway and a trip.
It's
And
not
it's
a
going to
penalty.
be a power play.
Yeah, no penalty shot again. Nick is able to trip him right before he is able to cut into that breakaway situation. But yeah, another huge tripping call, and if Eki is able to kill this one off as well, I mean, talk about some clutch tripping penalties. Well, let's say the other two were not necessary possibly, but the first one and this last tripping call we saw, definitely ones that were not terrible ones to take.
Less than 2 minutes remaining. Eken on his heels. Chance here. Stops. Passes it across. Couldn't get that shot off. Looks for that play over to the right post. A nearly identical goal to what we saw Eki score earlier to take the lead. Pushing up the ice with McKinnon up the right boards. Tired. As with Gerard. Shot on. Easy save made. Less than a minute to play. Eken going after her. He pops across and he scores! Hold the phone. We're not done yet. Nathan McKinnon puts it in the back of the net. 55 seconds left. Eken cuts the lead to 1. Still some time for him to make the comeback happen.
Definitely some time. Will be interesting to see if Eken is able to make this last minute to go comeback.
Here we go. He wins the face-off in the neutral zone. Here comes Eken, controlling it with Valeri Chuskin, but the puck goes past the blue line. He'll have to reset in the neutral zone. He touches back up. He's back in the offensive end. There's that shot on. Saved by Leonard. Eki going to play this out. Doesn't want to take that defensive zone face-off. Eki skates down over to shape Theodore. 33 seconds remaining. Goes down low. He's going to just try to control this puck. Eken going to have to force some pressure. Eki just controlling it behind the net. Gives it up to Theodore. Eken not able to get it off of him. Had it for a second, but lost it. It goes back to Eki. 20 seconds remaining. Eki just holding on to that puck, draining the time. Valuable seconds ticking off the clock. Eki just killing this clock perfection. Eken finally able to get it off his stick. Last gasp here for Eken. Tries to get it past the blue line and can't, and that will do it. Eki with a 3-2 victory. He is your third place finisher, your bronze winner. Takes home a little bit of a bigger prize pool. Good for Eki, you know, you obviously hate to not go to the finals, you hate to not win the title, but nevertheless, third place not too bad. A well-deserved victory here from, again, someone that has one of the most illustrious resumes that you'll find in all of NHL esports.
Yeah, a good way to end the season. I'm sure Eki was saying he hadn't played too much NHL and didn't have too much expectation for this tournament, but he was able to convincingly take home the quarterfinal series, then a tough series against Nikke, where Nikke was able to prevail, but now he regrouped for this bronze medal game and he was able to come out on top.
Big congratulations to Eki, and you know, for Eken, a great run for him. Unfortunate results today, obviously, a tough break in the semifinals against Temppanen, and a close game here in this one. I mean, you see the stats very even throughout, but you know, I think in this one with the story, obviously Eki with the smart play in the neutral zone to avoid the breakaway, and then you know, Eken 2 for 5 on the power play. Obviously not bad, but I think he definitely would have loved to have capitalized on that 5-on-3 and one of those back-to-back power plays that he had as well. You know, just a couple of missed opportunities, while for Eki, he was able to take advantage of most of the chances that he had. So a great effort from Eken, definitely nothing to hang his head on, a top 4 finish. He should definitely be happy with that, but nevertheless, Eki, the one taking home the victory, finishing third place here in these grand finals. As now we get set for our final series, the one everyone has been waiting for, our championship matchup between NikkeDangles and temppanen Sopeli. This is going to be just so much fun. I cannot wait for this one to get started.
Yeah, I feel like these two, they definitely deserve their spots in these finals. They've played unbelievably good today in the semis as well as yesterday in the quarterfinals. So feel like the correct players are represented in the finals. So, I mean, we gotta hope for a really good matchup. I don't think this one's gonna see the sort of blowouts we saw in one of those semifinal matchups. So yeah, I'm expecting a super tight series for the finals here.
A matchup between each of the last two Finnish champions. NikkeDangles won it this year. Temppanen won it last year. This is going to be a lot of fun to watch, and they've had pretty mirrored paths as well. When you look at the bracket, NikkeDangles won 2-1 in the quarterfinals. Temppanen won 2-1 in the quarterfinals. NikkeDangles won in a sweep in the semis. Temppanen won in a sweep in the semis, and not only that, both of them also lost in the finals in the winter and spring season. So their paths have been identical coming to this point. This series will not disappoint. We're going to take a short break here. Hear a quick word from our sponsor, but do not go away. When we come back, sit at the table. We'll talk with both Temppanen and NikkeDangles before this finals matchup. A best of 3 upcoming to decide the ECL 24 1v1 Grand Champion. You're not going to want to miss it. Do not go away. We'll be back in just a couple of moments.
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi. Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
Finals matchup in the grand finals in 3 games. They move on today in the semifinals, sweep their way to get into the finals. So these two have been pretty much inseparable. They also are each the last 2 Finnish champions. NikkeDangles winning it this year, temppanen winning it last year. So we finally get this match between 2 guys that have pretty much mirrored each other's past up to this point for the last 2 years.
Yeah, I mean, very similar pasts for both of these guys, and I mean they both have that silver medal, if you will, from one of the qualifiers to make it into these grand finals. So I mean they're definitely both gonna be super hungry for that #1 spot that they haven't been able to get in the spring or winter seasons. And I mean, as I said before the break, I'm expecting a really good series out of this one.
Yeah, I think everyone is, and I'm interested to see what both Nikki and temppanen will have to say. As we've got them set up for interviews, we'll bring NikkeDangles in. As Nikki, congratulations on making it into the finals here. I know you've kind of had a chance now for about the last hour and a half to kind of just sit back for a minute, kind of take in some of the games that are happening. What did you see out of temppanen's series that maybe you can pick up on going into this series in the finals?
It's his defense. I think he's the best defensive player in EU. So I need to be good in the offensive zone, though. So that's the key to win the series.
It felt like you really were able to hit your stride on both ends of the ice in that series against Eki. Obviously, someone that, as you mentioned, one of the top players that is always still hard to play against. What do you feel like has helped led to some of your success on that defensive end? Because your offense gets so much attention, but your defensive play is really what strengthened you to get to this point.
I mean, I think my defense is still pretty weak, but I can make some clutch plays, so it just comes naturally, those good defensive plays. So, yeah.
It feels like you and Temppanen, we were talking about this just before you got in, your paths to get to this point have been so similar. Both of you, the last two finished champions, you both got here the same way, lost in the finals in the spring and winter seasons, swept in the quarterfinals, made it to the semifinals. You know, what would it mean to be able to come in and win this championship to add on to what has already been an amazing year of 1v1 for you over the last couple of months?
It would mean a lot, last tournament of the year, and it's a big one, so it would be nice to win.
Well, hey, man, we'll see if you can do it. Thanks again for taking a few moments. Best of luck to you here in this final series.
Thank you.
All right, great stuff there from Nikke. Is now we'll have his opponent in Temppanen join us. Temppanen, congratulations on making it in the finals. You just got to talk to Nikke, and I'll ask you what I just asked him. It feels like you guys have been mirroring each other. Each of you have made it to the finals plenty of times. It's one of the first times, though, we're getting to see you really match up against each other on this big stage. What would it mean for you to bring home this ECL title, being a former Finnish champion, being so close to winning the GWC championship? What would it mean to bring this title home here for yourself?
Yeah, of course, it means a lot, and yeah, I just I don't win any tournaments yet in this year, so of course, because this last tournament of the year, it would mean a lot for me.
For sure, and if you can play anywhere close to the way you played against Eken, you have to really fancy your chances. You know, me and Sopley were talking just about how many different ways you were able to score, but what did you feel like was the biggest key to your success? Because it really felt like that was the best that we've seen from you play-wise in really the last few months, and that's a high standard that you're setting.
Yeah, I think I really well capitalized my counterattacks against Eken, and I think I just need to continue that in the final. So yeah, and of course Nikke is really good in his offense, so I need to focus on my defense.
Yeah, you mentioned Nikke in his offense. You know, what do you feel like is going to be the most important thing for you to kind of slow him down? Because we know what both of you are capable of offensively, but I know the defense has been the biggest key for you. So what do you feel like you need to slow down the most about his game to have success?
I think if I can cut Nikke's like cycling behind the net and things like that, and I should know where to give him a pressure. And yeah, I think if I can cut his cycling in my zone, then I can win this whole thing.
We'll see if you can take that title home. Templeton, thanks again for taking a few moments. Best of luck to you here in this series.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, a big thanks once again to both Nikke and Templeton for taking a few moments to chat with us before this championship series. So, kind of hearing what both of them had to say, what were your biggest takeaways from that? Because some interesting comments were from both sides, both obviously feeling good, but very aware of the capabilities of their opposition as well.
Yeah. We've been talking about the fact that Temppanen might be an underrated player here, and Nikke put a lot of emphasis on the fact that Temppanen can play unbelievable defense. We already saw what kind of offensive game output Temppanen can have against Eken in that semi-final matchup. So, I mean, based on those interviews, it almost seemed like Nikke was a little bit nervous about how he's going to break through that Temppanen's defense. And on the contrary, Temppanen did say that Nikke's cycling is a dangerous threat, and he really needs to step up to be able to actually counter that. So it's gonna be interesting to see if Temppanen is gonna be the first person in this tournament to actually really stop Nikke from scoring goals off of that cycle play.
Yeah, you know, it feels like Nikke, he's really been able to get whatever he's wanted to on the offensive end for most of these games. Even the one game that he lost against Sisu yesterday, he had some pretty good success offensively, while for Temppanen's pretty much been the same story. In all of these games, he has been able to find ways to get goal scoring, but you notice the defense was really what was focused in on by these two players. It has been the theme so far throughout these grand finals. As our championship series is underway, a best of three, the winner your ECL 24 1v1 Grand Champion, as Nikke controls things on the Colorado Avalanche side. We are currently looking at things from his perspective, while temppanen controlling the Vegas Golden Knights. He is the home team for this series as he moves it into the offensive zone. Pietrangelo goes back, but it's disrupted as here comes NikkeDangles on the counterattack. Has a man to his left side, passes it over to him, shot on, save made. Another chance potentially, but blocked in front. A fast-paced start, and you feel like that's going to be another big factor these two want to try to use. Getting that early momentum, establishing their play style here on this game. Temppanen gets in the offensive zone after creating the turnover. Goes into Pietrangelo up to the point, now back down low to Stevenson. Stevenson trying to get past Tays. He does so by passing it over to Carlson. Nice cycle from temppanen, shot on, save made by Onanen. And NikkeDangles just hold on for a stop.
Interesting that we've seen every single matchup involve the Vegas Golden Knights and the Colorado Avalanche. I feel like this tournament could just be renamed the Vegas Colorado tournament, but yeah, I guess there's a pretty good consensus among these players that these are the top two teams to be using in NHL 24 online versus.
Yeah, that's a really good point. We've only seen two other teams used. Toronto, Picardy used them for one game. Obviously, that result did not go the way he wanted to. And then we saw Artucio use the LA Kings yesterday. 1-1, lost 2. But the scoring starts in this one on the side of Colorado. NikkeDangles gets the goal-scoring start here in this grand finals with Sean Walker in front of the net.
We see the 5-hole. This has been what temppanen has been scoring throughout this whole tournament. And I don't think we've seen anybody else score a 5-hole. I could be wrong, but definitely a rarity. Nikke goes for it and finds that 5-hole shot, and that one's gonna give him the 1-0 lead.
So NikkeDangles draws first blood here in this series, as temppanen tries to respond. He has the offensive puck or offensive zone right now. While with the puck, tried to shoot it, but was blocked in front. Good job from NikkeDangles defensively. He's in the DO zone himself, tries to pass it across to Lehkonen, but didn't look like he was ready for that, as temppanen now takes over possession, moving it up the boards. Pass to the blue line now, Jack Eichel stops, goes, tries to get that pass across, but is poke checked away by NikkeDangles, and here he comes now on the counterattack. Up the left boards, holds it, cuts to the middle, pass to O'Connor, shot on, gloved away by Adin Hill. Nice play there, creative little passing play from NikkeDangles. It looks like temppanen going to pass that one out. Dangles almost got that one, but it's turned over. Here comes Tomas Hertl, breakaway there, mistakes from NikkeDangles, save made by Onanen, and I believe NikkeDangles manually controlled the goalie to make that stop.
I believe so. I believe so. Unbelievable patience there from NikkeDangles, not biting off of that short side, and temppanen just thinks eventually Nikke is gonna bite, but he never does, and he's able to just stay in front of that puck the whole way.
Not the first time we've seen NikkeDangles do something as the goaltender. Remember that penalty shot save he had against Sisu yesterday in Game 2? Made a pure read and a pure save. Wasn't even on a flying poke check.
Yeah.
He controls it now in the offensive zone. Shot on. Save made by Adin Hill. And here comes temppanen on the other end, potentially with some numbers. Haig controls it. Lost it, however, but picking it back up is Stevenson at the point. Pass across to the middle. Shot and he scores! William Karlsson puts it in the back of the net. And temppanen ties this up late in the first period.
Big tying goal, and I feel like this is gonna be another one of those back and forth series, as both of these guys really know how to score on those scoring chances, and both of them showing it early here with a goal in the first period.
Tied at 1 now, and we felt like this was going to be close. So far, it has lived up to the billing. temppanen had a chance there potentially across, but a nice pickoff there by NikkeDangles. Lost it, however. temppanen now tries to go on the counterattack, and now he loses it. Now lead to an offside. Less than 2 minutes to play, tied up at 1, and so far, so bleed, pretty much everything that we expected. Chances for Nikke, chances for temppanen, and not a whole lot separating the two.
Yeah, and I feel like this is gonna be possibly the most entertaining series we can have today, as the previous ones have been a little bit stiff if you will. Like, all the previous matchups feel like at least one of the players is playing a little bit safety, but maybe this is the one where it changes and we're gonna see a whole lot more goals.
There's a few seconds left in this first period. Temppanen with a last opportunity here. Controls to it. Roy behind the net. Tried to skate back up in front, but no space for him. And that will do it for the opening period of our grand finals. NikkeDangles started out the scoring, but Temppanen came right back late in the first period. Tied us up at 1 apiece, and you see a quick glimpse at the stats. Pretty even so far. Slight advantage to Temppanen, but not by too much.
Yeah, and what we've seen on the ice is probably even more even than what the stats indicate.
So here we go, period number 2 now underway. Temppanen in control of it. Shot from Eichel. Saved by Onanen. He controls behind the net, but turned over, and now NikkeDangles comes on the counterattack. Goes to the right side, now to the high slot. Pass to Girard, shot on, save, made another shot on the rebound, and he scores! NikkeDangles retakes the lead. It's Devontae who came in, stepped up, and cleaned up the rebound.
A big rebound led there by, is it Aiden Hill that Temppanen is running in the net, and NikkeDangles gets the lead.
2-1 scoreline now. NikkeDangles scores less than 2 minutes into the second period. He may not be done. Here he comes with Cale McCarr. Pass across. He scores! Back-to-back goals in about 30 seconds. And guess who? Devontae yet again.
Where are these defenders coming from? It seems like every single game we have, we see multiple goals scored by these defenders. I don't even think Devontae is played as a forward. A lot of times we've seen players throw out their defenders on the winger spots, but not this time. Taves, yeah, right there. He's playing as a defenseman, but 2 big goals to start this period, and he has given Nikke the 2-goal lead.
How about number 8 to number 7, the defenseman Cale McCarr to his fellow defenseman, and Devontae, obviously McCarr playing at the wing because of that speed, but still, as you mentioned, the defenders have been just absolutely unreal. We saw Shea Theodore so far score a few times. We've seen Devontae, Samuel Girard. Everyone on the defensive end seems to just be finding their way to goals, and these players are not complaining. As NikkeDangles with a 3-1 lead now, and Temppanen with his work cut out for him. As NikkeDangles in the offensive zone yet again, controls at the right corner, skates in front, shot on, save made by Aiden Hill. Temppanen moves it in the offensive end, controlling it with Pietrangelo, tries to back skate, but bumped off of that puck, and now NikkeDangles rushes on the counterattack. Up the right boards, controlling it with Cale McCarr. Dumps it in, and that race to the puck going to be won by Temppanen. Almost at the halfway point. NikkeDangles led 1-0. Temppanen came back and tied it late in the first, but NikkeDangles, a dominant start to the second period. Back-to-back goals in the first 2.5 minutes. He leads 3-1 now. He has the puck on his stick now. Shot on from McKinnon, blocked in front. Temppanen now trying to find his way on the counterattack, but a nice job for NikkeDangles getting back defensively. Temppanen still in control of the puck. Has it with Eichel. Goes down low behind the net. Goes the shot and he scores! Tomas Hertl puts it in off the post, and it cuts that NikkeDangles lead right in half.
He's back. He's returned. He wasn't anywhere to be seen for a while to start this broadcast, but Tomas Hertl once again puts a goal on the board. Exactly what we saw him do so many times in the quarterfinals of this tournament for all the players using Vegas Golden Knights, and now he's brought life back for Temppanen.
You even go back to the spring title that we had called between NikkeDangles and Picardy, and we saw Picardy using Vegas pretty often. I believe that Easy Shot Sniper was using Vegas as well, and it was typically always Tomas Hertl, it felt like, that would get those goals for Vegas, and he steps up yet again. Been a little quiet before the last couple of games, but scored for Eki in that bronze game, and now he scores for Temppanen as Temppanen gets the game tire. Barbashev puts it in from 2 goals down to a tie game in just a matter of minutes.
Just like that. You didn't have any signs of Nikke slowing down, but all of a sudden Temppanen picks up his offense. He's able to score 2 in a row and bring this game back to an even situation.
So back and forth we go. Temppanen down by 2. He responds with 2 of his own in a 5-minute span, just like Nikke did to start the second period. All evened up at 3, and as once though, I believe the streak continues. We're over 5 goals. Saw 5 goals on the nose in that last game, so thanks to Eken for getting that second goal that he had late. Kept that streak alive. So 16 straight games with 5 or more goals. Every single game in this grand finals has been rather high scoring.
Yeah, if the games themselves weren't going Eken's way today, at least he kept our streak alive. So that is much appreciated.
He kept our streak alive. He's a champion in our book. That's what we say about it.
Yeah, for sure.
It's NikkeDangles trying to add on to the goal scoring as he moves in the offensive zone. Shot from the highest point. Save made, another chance there. Puck was jarred loose. A nice job from Temppanen disrupting that. 3.5 to play here in period number 2. We're still knotted up at 3. NikkeDangles with it. Bumped off of that puck and Shea Theodore gets to it. Moves up to Haig. Temppanen now in the offensive zone. To Stone. Holding it. Over at the faceoff circle. Shot on from the high slot. Save made by Oninen, and NikkeDangles going to play this out. He wants to keep the pace going. Turned over, however, in his own zone. Temppanen shot on save. Rebound chance. Another shot potentially, but Makar got to it first. Just over a minute to play. Fast minute here in the second period, so about a real-time 30 seconds. NikkeDangles on the offensive end now, controlling with Samuel Girard. Goes down to Landeskog at the right corner. 10 seconds left. Turned over. Here comes Temppanen down the other end. Has some speed up the boards with Carlson, but poke checked away as NikkeDangles now tries to counter. 1 second left. Pass across disrupted. Shot on from Girard. It did go in, but the clock had already expired, so no goal. We'll go into the third period at a 3-3 score. NikkeDangles scored 2 early on in the second period, led 3-1, but Temppanen kept at it, got back-to-back goals of his own to tie this back up at 3, and so pleased so far, this matchup between these two, just as good as advertised.
Yeah, the series has lived up to exactly what we thought it was gonna be. We see 1 goal there, or a 1 goal lead one way, and then right back the other way. The other guy ties it up, and we even saw a 2-goal lead, but that was erased rather quickly as well by Temppanen. So it just seems that they just go back and forth, and whoever just is able to come out on top is going to be decided at the very end.
Shot off from NikkeDangles, saved by Aiden Hill, and we've talked about it so far a lot today, how important that Game 1 victory is. If you go back so far throughout our series today, every single series, not only today, but yesterday as well in the grand finals, every single series has been won by the player that won Game 1. So Game 1 has proven to be very important. You know, both these players, even if they may not know that stat, they don't want to go down 1-0.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen almost exclusively sweeps, but we did see 2 Game 3s yesterday, and both times the person who won Game 1 was able to come out on top. So yeah, Game 1's definitely proven to be super important in this series.
As here comes NikkeDangles on the other end, holding on to that puck over at the right boards, but bumped off. So almost a breakaway chance there from Temppanen. NikkeDangles got aggressive and laid that hit on at the perfect time. Controls in his own zone, moves it up the middle of the ice in the neutral zone to Lehkonen, now at the right boards. Turns at the high point, goes down to the left corner, back up to the point, but just didn't connect on that pass, skated through it, and that's going to force a reset. As a turnover there in the neutral zone, picked off by Chandler Stevenson for Temppanen. Here comes Temppanen, forehand, poke checked from behind. Shot on the odd angle, may have hit the side of the post. A chance out of nowhere right there for Temppanen. Nearly led to a game-leading goal. As here comes NikkeDangles on the other end. Pulls at the left corner, looking for space. Temppanen applying pressure, bumps that puck off of him. Great defense there by Temppanen as we're past the halfway point of the third period. Still tied at 3 apiece. Here comes Temppanen with Marchessault. Has speed. Nice job from NikkeDangles getting back. Shot on. Glove save by Oninen. NikkeDangles will play this out. You can just feel the tension here in this game. Both of these players know that they need to get that 1-0 series lead. NikkeDangles has it in the offensive zone behind the net, controlling Nathan MacKinnon. Goes down low to Girard. Back down low to Landeskog at the left corner. Skates up to the left face-off circle, passes to Johnson at the point. Passes Girard at the right face-off circle, holding it, trying to find space, gives it to McKinnon, back to Walker. Walker shot on, maybe was tipped a little bit, but it didn't hit the net anyways. So now Temppanen's going to try to counterattack on the other end. Controlling with Jonathan Marchessault, so he's just going to reset. Didn't like what he saw. Temppanen, past the blue line to Hurdle. Hurdle, pass to Marchessault, shot on, saved by Onanen, and NikkeDangles taking no chances, so hold on for a whistle.
Yeah, it seems like both players are entering into kind of an overtime mentality where they know the next goal is very likely to win it for either of them.
We have yet to see an overtime so far in these grand finals. Every time we think we're going to get one, there's a score in the last 4 minutes. We see one now. Temppanen has it in the offensive zone. Poke checked away, but recover. Oh, he had a pass across. A clutch pickoff there from Manson. That's a big play for NikkeDangles. He has it in the O-zone now. Shot on one-timer, saved by Hill off the mask. That was Landeskog on the one-timer from McKinnon. NikkeDangles had control of it for a second, but his poke checked away. Just over 2 minutes remaining now. Time running thin here in regulation. And we're still all knotted up. Someone break it. Temppanen shot on, saved away. No one there for the rebound. NikkeDangles now on the rush with Girard. 1 minute to play. NikkeDangles skates to the right side, now to the corner. Down low behind the net to Landeskog. Holding it. Turning. Still in possession, but loses it after the bump from Mark Stone. 45 seconds. Temppanen past the blue line with Carlson, but poke checked away. Nice job there for NikkeDangles. He turned it over. Shot on! He scores! NikkeDangles, he manual goalie! He skated out of the way! A critical mistake!
Yeah, it's one of those situations where, I mean, you have to think that Temppanen is passing it there, which, I mean, in my opinion, that's a good read, but he just overdoes it and just opens up the short side so wide open that Temppanen is just able to notice that Nick is just moving his goalie out of the way, and that might be the game winner.
Pass across from Temppanen, won't go. NikkeDangles has 25 seconds. It was a potentially good read, but he anticipated it maybe a little too early. Gave Temppanen the wide open net. Now Temppanen just trying to hold on. Behind the net, he controls it. Bumped off of that puck, and here comes NikkeDangles on the other end. 12 seconds remaining. Last chance here for him. Can he get a goal to push it to OT? Delayed penalty called on Temppanen. And a power play with 9.6 to go. Does NikkeDangles pull the goalie here to make it 6-on-4?
He could, he very well could, but doesn't look like he's doing it. A massive face-off.
Interesting there, he does not. Massive face-off, as you mentioned. Won by Temppanen. Clears it out. 5 seconds. I don't know if he's going to have time. NikkeDangles just shoots this up. Not going to connect. And that will do it. Temppanen, with a game winner with mere seconds left, takes game one in the grand finals. A thrilling way to start out this series. A tough one for NikkeDangles to drop. It played so well. But just that one play, we talk about it all the time, Sopley. It just takes 1 second. 1 second where you make a mistake, and that can cost you the game. NikkeDangles, he thought that he was going to pass it over that opposite side. Maybe anticipated a little bit too early. You see it right there, just slid over to that left side. Gave Temppanen the wide open net for the game winner.
Yeah, an unfortunate situation where Temppanen just ends up with the puck in front of the net. And it's a 2-on-0, and at that point, I mean, you're just trying to do whatever you can to recover from it, but a 2-on-0 situation, you just... It is a coin toss, you just hope you pick the right side with the goalie, and this time, Temppanen had the patience, doesn't pass it right away, able to look at what Nikke is doing, and sees that Nikke is moving with the goalie and decides to shoot it short side, and that's gonna end up being the game winner of this Grand Finals Game 1.
You know, I think that's a good point. You have to give Temppanen some credit because not only was he patient and outweighted Nikke just that extra second to give himself an open net, but you have to remember that play doesn't happen if he doesn't force the turnover. The aggressive defense, forcing the puck out of NikkeDangles' stick, is what gave him the opportunity for the 2-on-0, ended up forcing NikkeDangles to get a little bit aggressive with the goaltender there, causing that mistake and giving him the game-winning goal. So yes, the offense great, the offense impressive, but you saw it right there. That pressure, he pinched in over at the corner board, caused the turnover. That's what gave him the opportunity, which eventually ended up being the winning goal.
Yeah, Nikke just ends up skating past the puck there, and it's just something that you're just a little bit heartbroken when you're thinking you're gonna get the puck, but then you just your player just doesn't pick it up. You're just not quite close enough to the puck to activate that puck pickup animation, and yeah, that's just a tough goal to give up. But give credit to Temppanen for creating that sort of play to happen in the first place.
So 5-4 victory for Temppanen, and give Temppanen credit as well. Remember, he was down 3-1 in the second period, so he had to overcome a little bit of adversity to get that victory. So credit to him getting that victory, and now he's one win away from taking home the ECL 24 Grand Championship. That beautiful trophy that we got to look at earlier, as well as 700 euros. As for those that weren't with us earlier, we'll take a quick look at the prize pool just to kind of refresh everyone's minds, or for those that weren't with us yesterday and earlier today. And as you can see, the winner of this one taking home 700 euros, the second place finisher, already secured at least 400. Eki won third place earlier in the bronze match over Eken, so he got 250 euros extra in his bank account. And Eken finishing in fourth place will take home the extra 150, and that is on top of each of the earnings for these four players from the winter and spring season. So obviously both NikkeDangles and Temppanen, they were second place finishers, so they got the 150. Now they're going to have an extra 700 or 400 to add on to that. Eki won the winter season, so 300 with an extra 250 to go along for him. So, you know, our players, not all of them able to take home the trophy, but a good chunk of change for each of them. Not too shabby here. Always nice to see these tournaments be played with some high stakes, and fun when these guys can play for a good amount of money on the line as well. As we will bring it back into the studio as Brandon B. Major Bixby alongside my partner Lari Sopeli Instrom. And you know, Sopeli, I gotta ask you, just kind of looking back at that game one, you know, what to you stood out the most? We knew what we were getting coming into the series. Two very high-end players, mechanically skilled, great goal scorers, can lock it down in their own end. Not many things separate them in terms of the levels that they're at. What to you stood out about that game one that we should be looking out for here coming into game two?
I feel like both of our finalists did kind of set into that finals mode where they just locked in that tiny bit on defense, which led to slightly lower scoring of a game than what we have been used to from these two guys. But yeah, I think it's gonna be that exact thing. Like defense, if you're able to shut your opponent down pretty well, I think both of these guys know that they can score themselves anyways. They're gonna create chances, they're gonna score. So just need to be very alert on defense.
Yeah, I think that definitely is going to be the factor. And it feels like defense has been the word of the day, really the word of the tournament so far. You know, in each of our interviews yesterday, everyone, when I asked, what did you feel was going to be the biggest factor? Most of them said defense. I think Sisu was the only one that said offense. The goal scoring was going to be the biggest factor. And guess who we played against? NikkeDangles. So it kind of goes to show you that Temppanen, he does have to kind of pair both the goal scoring with the great defense. He was able to do so in that first game. Now the question is, can he do it one more time? A 1-0 series lead, another victory, clinches the Grand Finals championship for him. NikkeDangles trying to push it to our first game 3 of the day. We saw 2 yesterday. He was involved in one. Temppanen was involved in the other. Which result will we have? We'll find out now as game 2 now underway. NikkeDangles has possession. Moving it up the ice rather quickly. Feels like the pace has already picked up a little bit from what we saw in that first game. Moving it around up to the point. To Taze. Back to Manson. Back to Taze. Back over to the middle. Landeskog's shot was blocked in front. NikkeDangles gets back possession. Skates in with Girard. Tries to find some space down the middle, but nothing there. Landeskog picks it back up. It's a pass in front to Girard. Had it for a second, but bumped off, and now here comes temppanen on the counterattack. Bumped from behind by NikkeDangles. Good defensive play. Taking over possession now in the neutral zone and gives it up to Landeskog. Across to McKinnon. Oh, NikkeDangles trying to get that shot off, but better defensive play there made by temppanen to avoid it. It already feels like this game is moving a little bit faster than we saw in that last one you mentioned. Kind of a finals mentality. Everyone a lot safer, not really taking too many risks. There's a chance there for NikkeDangles. Almost winning another chance, and they score to pass across. The Casey Middlestad finds his way in, and NikkeDangles strikes first, a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, I feel like you analyzed it correctly. Nikke started this game very energetically, and there he scores the first goal of the game. I believe he scored the first one in that last game as well. It's gonna be interesting. One thing to look out for with Nikke is that he plays very aggressive on defense. Even when he's leading the game, he tries to look for every opportunity to get the puck from his opponent. I feel like that was one thing that he was still doing even though he was up by 2 in that previous game. So it's going to be interesting to see if he settles in a little bit on defense, or is he going to keep up the aggressive pressure.
You feel like when he's in those situations up by multiple goals, we've seen that from NikkeDangles a few times. Obviously, he had a 4-goal lead against Sisu, a 3-goal lead against Eki, a 2-goal lead earlier. He surrendered each of those leads. Do you feel like that aggression can maybe sometimes come back to haunt him a little bit and open up some opportunities for opposition? Or do you feel like it's one of those things to where that's your game, you commit to it, but hold on just a second, he's using the offense. Ross Colton puts it in on the cross crease, a 2-0 lead now for Nikke.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a double-edged sword, you know. On the other hand, if you do go the passive route when you're leading, you're never gonna have the opportunity to just put a game away by scoring, like, you know, 5 more goals after you're up by 1. So both things can happen as temppanen now scores to make it a 1-goal game again.
And as Jonathan Marchessault puts it in from that slot area, we've seen temppanen do a lot of damage from that play. As look at that right there, just a little bit of escape backwards, collects himself, gets that angle that he wanted to put that through. Just the patience, once again, from temppanen. We've talked about it all grand finals long. He can score in so many different ways. That's one right there that he can also utilize.
Yeah, and this is, again, one of those situations. Nikke plays very aggressive on defense. He had 2 of his players in the corner pressuring the puck. If he was able to get it, well, great. He would have been in possession of the puck, but that time he didn't, and the middle opens up, and temppanen just patient, waiting for the goalie to open up something, a little back skate, and then he just snipes it short side.
NikkeDangles still up by 1, but temppanen with the most recent goal to cut the lead in half. He controls it right now in the defensive zone. temppanen getting a line change, taking his time, moving up the ice. Gives up the stone down the middle, now to Carlson to his right side. Bumped off that puck, but gets it back in the right corner. And a shot, he scores! The pass in front to Chandler Stevenson, and temppanen for the second straight game comes back from 2 down and ties it up.
It's been the theme. It's been the theme, and this is exactly what Nikke can have happen in his games. It doesn't mean that he shouldn't be playing the way he does, but his play style, just the aggressiveness, just allows for situations where you just have a 50-50 situation of who's gonna get the puck, and if those don't go your way, you're inviting quite a bit of trouble in those situations.
And that just, it does feel like a conversation now. I mean, we've seen him drop now 4 multi-goal leads so far over the last couple of days, and, you know, obviously a 2-goal lead, that's plenty, you know, available of a comeback, but again, it's one of those things to where as much as the play style does work for NikkeDangles, you kind of do live by the sword, die by the sword. Seen a couple of times now today to where he's had a lead of 2 or 3 goals and he hasn't been able to keep it just because that aggression, as good as it can be sometimes, it also does leave little windows for opportunity to take advantage, and temppanen, one of the best in the world at taking advantage of those little opportunities of space.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. But I mean, he's still in the tournament. He's been able to win every single series despite giving up multi-goal leads. So I mean, I guess it's been working for him. A lot of games have been maybe closer than he would have liked them to be, but I mean, I'm all for it. Just keep playing the way you are, Nick, and I think we're gonna have quite a bit more action in this series, in this game, and hopefully, maybe, if we get a game 3, we'll have some similar action going on in that one as well, as the first period comes to an end and we're tied at 2.
Yeah, and I'm right with you. I'm personally all for it. I definitely think there is a conversation there. You know, just the aggressive play, it can kind of lead to some of those goals when you have a multi-goal lead at times. But I mean, if you are NikkeDangles, it's gotten you to this point. As you mentioned, you've been one of the best players all tournament. He's been one of the most consistent players all tournament. And you have to remember, he is coming off of a Finnish championship win, and he made it to the finals in the spring season. So for NikkeDangles, I mean, you know, there's some that maybe debate that he could tighten it up defensively, but I mean, in my opinion, if it's working for you, why change it?
Yeah. You can't change it really, because that's been the way you've made it this far anyway, so changing it doesn't seem right either. Sometimes maybe he would benefit from a little bit more patience in these situations where he's up in games, but on the other hand, it's been working for him. He's been able to score so many goals, and that his game style allows him to do that as well.
As he controls it in the offensive zone right now of Kale McCarr. Carr holding in the right corner. Behind the net. Gets the middle step but couldn't hold on to it. Now here comes Temppanen on the other end. He has numbers. Nice job from Nikke getting back there on the back check. And that's something that you definitely always have to deny with Temppanen, is those odd man rush opportunities. He typically can convert on those when he has them. Almost had a cross-crease play there, but disrupted well. Dangles pressuring up the point. Temppanen able to evade it for now. Gives it up over from Hurdle on the cross-crease. And again, another pick-off by NikkeDangles. Temppanen, 2 close chances there on the cross-crease, but NikkeDangles just 1 step ahead. Here comes Temppanen again. Another opportunity, another defensive play. NikkeDangles now moves up the right boards. He's up to the middle towards McKinnon, but he couldn't hold on to it. Nice chop there by Nikke to just get that one out of harm's way and to reset things. High IQ play, little plays like that. It's what separates these guys from some of the others in the NHL community. As a beautiful play, NikkeDangles on the backhand, puts it in. Devon Tays, he's made his name known tonight. Gets NikkeDangles back up on top.
And we see this shot again. These guys that we're seeing in the final, I don't think they've missed one of those. They are going for it very rarely, but whenever they get that opportunity to cut into the middle just like that, on the backhand side, they're able to get that animation, to get that forehand shot just over the blocker side of the goalie there.
It's another chance for NikkeDangles. 2 saves made by Aiden Hill. Temppanen now going to try to respond. He's done well so far. Here's a chance, though, for Nikke. Nice patience there. Didn't like what he saw and backed up. And, you know, that's something else about Nikke's game. He's great mechanically. He does play a fast-paced game, but he is willing to be patient when he doesn't like what he sees in front of him.
Yeah, absolutely. He doesn't only force going forward on the play all the time. He's able to see the whole ice and see when it is not the right time to move forward, but whenever he does see a situation where he can advance, he will definitely take those.
You saw it again there. A patient move up the ice, moved his way forward, and ended up leading to a power play as Temppanen gets caught for a tripping. 8:20 to play, 3-2 your score. NikkeDangles up ahead. He has a power play now, looking to extend his lead back to 2. He led by 2 earlier. Temppanen came right back, but now NikkeDangles up by 1 with that man advantage in front of him as well. As a chance here, chance for Middlestat. Backhand shot, saved by Hill. 7:44 to play, 3-2 your score. Temppanen up 1-0 in this best-of-3 series. A victory wins him the title. A NikkeDangles victory pushes this to an all-decisive Championship Game 3 is a one-time shot from Makar, saved by Aiden Hill. Temppanen plays that out, risky play, as it gives NikkeDangles the puck back behind the net. Pass across, shot on, saved by Hill. Temppanen, I think that last one was a little too close for comfort. He's going to hold on this time around.
One of those situations where Temppanen held the last puck with the goalie, and he just doesn't want the game's momentum to stop in its tracks with plenty of whistles in a row. So he tries his luck, throws it out, and luckily for him that time it did not backfire.
Full pressure for NikkeDangles, a couple of shots on, puck loose in front, battle for a shot, and he scores! Landeskog puts it in for NikkeDangles on the power play, and you see a bit of a facepalm for Temppanen. He kind of just has to laugh that one off as a chaotic sequence, but it leads to a goal, and NikkeDangles back up by 2 again.
Yeah, Temppanen, I'm sure he was trying to get the pass off with Pietrangelo in front of the net, but it seemed like every time Pietrangelo touched the puck, he lost it immediately for no apparent reason, and somehow the goalie ends up falling in the process as he was completely rid of energy, and Nikke somehow gets the puck and taps it in, and all of a sudden Nikke has his second 2-goal lead of the game, but now he is going on the penalty kill.
The tripping call as Josh Manson will head to the box, and that was why you saw that reaction there from Temppanen. I mean, you kind of looked at it there, just kind of laughing at the facepalm. One of those situations where you really can't think too much about it. Nothing you can really do. Just an unfortunate bounce that NikkeDangles is able to capitalize on. But Temppanen now with a chance of his own in the power play. He skates through up the left boards, but a nice play from NikkeDangles to stop the rush. Here comes NikkeDangles with some space up the right boards. Tried to cut to the left there, but disrupted by Temppanen. Temppanen now moves up the ice with Shea Theodore. Back to White Cloud. Holding it. Hope checked away there by Makar. NikkeDangles going to clear this out. Nice pass back up for 2-on-1. Oh, one-hand touch windmill deke didn't work, but boy, it would have been pretty if it did.
Wow, yeah, didn't expect that one from that half breakaway situation, and Nikke goes for the one-hander, but it just barely does not find its way into the net.
Again, we've seen it a couple of times so far in these grand finals. NikkeDangles, he's one of those players that when it comes to the flair and the swagger, he has arguably the deepest bag of tricks of anyone in the European scene. Some of the plays that he can come up with on the fly, just the creativity that he has with the puck and a stick, second to none. We saw Temppanen also show a little bit of that earlier with that beautiful spin pass, but that's a simple little cross crease in front of the net, and Mark Stone buries it, and Temppanen puts it in, cuts the lead back to 1, and it feels like I've seen this before.
It sure does. We've seen so many times Temppanen climb his way back and tie it, and it seems almost inevitable that he's gonna do it again, as he now was able to bring it back within 1. He's only 1 goal away, and I mean, I don't see a reason why he wouldn't be able to tie this game up the way this series has been going.
Almost did there with the shot from Chandler Stevenson, but Oninen makes the save. And that will wind down the final seconds in the second period. NikkeDangles holding a 4-3 lead, but Temppanen cut that lead from 2-1 as, boy, Temppanen, a lot of time on attack, not a lot of shots, but hey, he's been efficient. Only has missed 1 shot.
Yeah. When you have the same amount of shots on goal as your enemy has goals in the game, and you're still in the game, I mean, that just tells you you've been so good at scoring goals whenever you had the chance that, like, it gives you hope that you can definitely do it one more time.
Ooh, a chance there for Temppanen. Shot on, gloved away by Oninen. NikkeDangles going to hold on for a whistle. And, you know, Sopley, I think that's a great point there that you make. You know, if you have 5 shots on net, but you have 4 goals, I think you're willing to deal with that. But the key is, you keep your opponent from scoring. NikkeDangles has just kind of been able to find his opportunities on the other end. It's a chance for Temppanen. Another shot, another save. What a play by Oninen. Keeps NikkeDangles out in front. Goaltending stepping up a bit on both sides here. As Temppanen in control of possession for a second, but lost it in the neutral zone. NikkeDangles going to slow things down here, and now he'll make his way up the ice after that line change. Controls it with Girard. Pass to the slot, shot on. Slight blocker save there from Hill. NikkeDangles still in control of Gerard right now. Gives it up to McKinnon behind the net. Reverses back up, tries to hit it, and he scores! What a move by NikkeDangles! Living up to his name! Dances through the middle and puts it past Aiden Hill to go back up by 2.
A toe drag into the middle, and if he meant to do that, that is some sort of a new glitch goal he found, because I'm pretty sure he definitely wasn't going for that sort of a spinning backhand shot, but somehow that one's gonna go 5-hole on Hill, and you saw the look on both players' faces. They were just kind of like, that wasn't supposed to happen right there.
He's not complaining. NikkeDangles extends his lead, but remember, we've seen the comebacks happen from Temppanen before. Still a lot of time left with 13 minutes remaining. NikkeDangles controlling it in the offensive zone. Shot on, save made off with the pad of Aiden Hill. And for Nikke, you know, you can't feel too comfortable, right? You've seen Temppanen come back from these leads a couple of times so far, and, you know, I think he's going to continue to try to apply the pressure the way he has been in this third period. Temppanen has it in the offensive zone. Cycles it around. Gives it up to Eichel. Shot from the high slot, gloved by Omnin, and NikkeDangles playing this out. He lost that puck off the bump. Thought maybe he got tripped, but no call. Looks like it was just a bump off. That had a really interesting animation there. NikkeDangles in control of it. Gets past the blue line into the offensive zone. Passed over to Gerard. Tried to cut, but nothing there. It's it back, however, with Landison on. Controls it at the right boards. Tried to pass back behind the net, but picking it off was Rory for Temppanen. And Temppanen now trying to move his way up the ice. Time starting to run a little bit thin on him here. Closing in on the 8-minute mark. As a shot hit the side of the net, found on, and there's a shot on, and that was a dangerous chance, but it went wide. It was all of a sudden there. That puck just popped out to the middle of the ice. NikkeDangles now in control. Skates up the boards. Pass to the middle to Middlestad. Rantanen was holding it, but lost. Temppanen rushes up the left boards with Mantha. Cuts to the middle, puck loose, picked up by NikkeDangles. He gets it out cleanly. Odd man rush potentially. Pass across, picked off by Temppanen. Great defensive play. As he controls it with Amadio. Nothing there, however, as NikkeDangles takes possession, and he's going to take his time. Plenty content with letting this clock tick down. 4 minutes remaining, up by 2. Trying to push this to a decisive game 3. Shot on from Temppanen on the backhand, saved. NikkeDangles going to stop play here with a freeze. And a timeout going to be called here by Nikke as well. Didn't like what he saw the stamina bars, and probably the wise decision. You have the 2-goal lead. You're not going to be able to take the timeout with you in the next game. Get your guys back up and try to close this one out. It's a shot on from Temppanen. Another shot. Puck loose in the blue paint. But Onanen finds it, and NikkeDangles plays it out again. Speeds up the right boards. Gives it up to McKinnon. Bump from behind, but keeps it. Skates behind the net. Holding it at the left corner, looking for an option to pass or shoot. Gives it to Johnson at the right point, who skates with it. Puck turned over. Nice pickoff there from Eichel. Temppanen skates up the left boards. Stops. Cuts in, shot on, blocked in front. Picked up by NikkeDangles. 1 minute remaining, and Nikke remains up by 2. Just trying to hold on here to push this to a game 3. Temppanen takes over possession. Tomas Hertl controls it. Skates past the blue line. Pressured and under duress, but gets a pass off. Shea Theodore shot on, save made another shot, another save, puck loose in front, can't get it in! Grand chance for Temppanen, but he couldn't get it in the net.
That looked like a sure goal to me, but somehow Nikke survives that situation.
Just 26 seconds left and Nikke in full control of possession. Up by 2. Finally loses it. Just 18 seconds left for Temppanen to find 2 goals. Can he pull it off? Shot on. Rebound. Another save. How good has Onanen been in this third period for NikkeDangles? Another shot blocked in front this time. 7 seconds remaining. NikkeDangles in control. Lost possession. Temppanen with it. Holding it in front. Puck loose. Shot goes wide. And that will do it. We're going to a game 3. The first time we've had one today. And they saved it for the best. For last. A 5-3 victory for NikkeDangles. And folks, our championship going to be decided in one game. A best of 3 going to a game 3. The title and 700 euros on the line.
If it had to be one series, it might as well be the finals. We get our money's worth of a game 3 matchup, the decisive game to see who takes the crown as the ECL 1v1 Grand Finals champion.
Absolutely. As if you are just now joining us, we'll quickly recap you on everything that has happened. We started out today with our 4 semifinalists that advanced from yesterday's quarterfinals. We had Eki versus NikkeDangles. NikkeDangles able to take care of that series in a 2-0 sweep. Then we had Eken versus Temppanen. Temppanen able to take care of Eken in a 2-0 sweep. Then Eki and Eken faced off in the 3rd place matchup. Eki was able to win that by a 3-2 score to take home the bronze title. Wow, here we are in our grand finals. Temppanen, with a late goal in game number 1 after he was down by 2, found his way to the game winner with just less than 30 seconds left. NikkeDangles comes back, takes that game 2 victory as you just saw, and that sets the stage for this decisive game number 3 with the title on the line. And so hopefully, this is what you hope to see coming into a series in a championship matchup like this. You hope to see it go to distance. You hope to see these players push to the very brink. That's exactly what we get in this series. Easily the best one we've seen so far today, and has been just as good as advertised.
Yeah, 100%. A final doesn't even count as a final if we don't get the full 3 games, and that deciding 3rd game is always just that little step above all the other matches that we've seen throughout this whole season, really. And it's all gonna end up in this moment with temppanen and NikkeDangles facing off in this decisive game 3.
Both of these 2 players are looking for their first continental championship. We've seen both of them win the Finnish title. Temppanen won it in 2023. NikkeDangles just won it back a few months ago here in the year 2024. Both of them were close to winning in their respective seasons. Temppanen lost to Eki 2-0 in the winter finals, while NikkeDangles lost 2-1 to Pikuri in the spring finals. Both of them are looking to get that first ECL title. And, I think for both of them, the motivation very high. I talked to Nikke, obviously, before the quarterfinals a couple of days ago, and, he said it that first Finnish championship, his first title on the 1v1 side, it was so good for him to get that pressure off him, to finally hold that trophy. Now he gets the chance to one-up that with one against everyone. Obviously not everyone on the Finnish side in this tournament. Eken, a Swede, one of the best players in the world. For him, the motivation trying to double down, proving that it wasn't a fluke, that he can do it again against some of the best players in Europe. And how about Temppanen? You heard him say just before this series, I haven't won yet in the year 2024. This is the last tournament for the NHL 24 year. I don't want to leave without some hardware in my closet. There's a massive motivation for both of these 2 players. NikkeDangles trying to further cement himself as one of the best players on the 1v1 side in all of Europe with that trophy to back it up. And for Temppanen, trying to end off NHL 24 with a title in a year that he has come so close so many times, but just has fallen a little bit short each time.
Yeah. Now that you listed out, it is actually surprising how few of those championships titles either of these guys have, because it seems like every time they're up there in that top 4 situation, maybe even in the finals, and we've seen it even in this year's ECL 1v1, they've both finished 2nd in those qualifying tournaments, and now they're here. One of them is going to walk away with that championship title, and well, for the other one, it's not gonna be quite as fun, because that would mean they're gonna be finishing 2nd again in this tournament, and I'm sure neither of these guys want to walk away with that as the result.
Yeah, and you mentioned that both of these 2 have finished in the top 4 or in the top 2 so many times, they've fallen a little bit short of that title. One of them are going to take home a title here today, but only one can. And I think that's what makes this next 60 minutes of in-game play so interesting, is that both of them are going to be very hungry. It's going to be fun to see how this game starts out. Do we kind of see that finals kind of gameplay that we saw in game one, or we see something more free-flowing like we saw in game two? It felt like the pacing of both games were very, very different. I'm interested to see, considering the high stakes, knowing that this is the one that can win or lose you the title. Will we see a more conservative style of play, or will these two just go full on, full throttle, and straight up go for it?
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see. I feel like both of these guys do have the tendency of getting really fired up for big games, so we could even see that show up as even more action in this last and deciding game. Well, time will tell, as temppanen already looking for trouble, tries to feed that to the back post guy, but that one's not gonna go.
This is the third game three that we have seen in our grand finals, and in the first two games, each of these two were a part of it. NikkeDangles defeated Sisu in the quarterfinals in a third game, and temppanen defeated Artuzio in the third game of the quarterfinals. As one of these two going to take home the ECL 1v1 Grand Championship. As temppanen moves into the offensive zone, that first goal again feels so important in a game, in a series like this. temppanen trying to push forward, but loses possession.
Absolutely. The first goal is huge. Nikke has been able to score it in both of the first games, and actually temppanen only has had the lead at the very late stage of game one, so Nikke has been ahead for almost the entire series, actually.
Yeah, it's actually really a great point. It's something that can be overlooked because this series has been so close. These two have been so back and forth. It's kind of easy to overlook the fact that it's been Nikke that's really led throughout a majority of the series in terms of time in front. But nevertheless, it's a 0-0 scoreline right now, and both teams looking for their first goal, and Nikke says, no, we got this. He gets on the board first for the third straight game in the series, a 1-0 lead for him in the championship deciding game three.
Beautiful little snipe by Nichushkin right there from the corner. He's just able to peek that corner right over the shoulder of the goalie.
So we get our first goal, and it's in favor of NikkeDangles. 1-0 lead for him at the 12-minute mark. temppanen trying to respond now on the other end. Lost in the neutral zone. Now here comes Nikke with some space. Controlling McKinnon. Didn't get a shot off there. Held instead, and it's going to lead to a turnover. temppanen trying to counter. Holding it. Trying to skate through the middle. Still has possession. Nice pass. Good shot. Save made by Anand, and NikkeDangles plays it out. Save made. It hit off of the stick and deflected out of play. That right there was dangerous from NikkeDangles, and we were wondering about the aggression levels. Question answered.
Yeah, they're going for it. Nikke wants to keep the play moving, then. I mean, I don't blame him. He's one of those players that just lives off of the game being fast-paced. He wants to keep the tempo up, but that time, that was a little bit of a scary little play as he plays it out, but luckily for him, that one does not end up in the back of his net.
So here comes temppanen with some numbers, a 2-on-1 potentially, but a nice job there for NikkeDangles denying it. So now he moves it up in the offensive end. Controls it at the point. Lost. Picked up by temppanen, almost had a breakaway, but a pick off by Johnson. NikkeDangles just denying of those near opportunities for temppanen. Here's another one now. On the rush. Stops, turns, shot blocked. Another chance. Couldn't pull the trigger in time. Roy had an open net, but temppanen just couldn't hit up on that right stick. Small margins in games like these, so thin. So now Nikke comes on the other end. Holding it. Gives it over to McCarr at the right corner. NikkeDangles trying to find space. Goes behind the net, but picked off by Martinez. He kicks it over to his right side, and eventually gets it back as temppanen will now start his breakout. Just over 3.5 minutes to play. NikkeDangles strikes first in this game. A goal to give him the early 1-0 lead. He has possession now after the turnover. Pass in front, shot saved by Hill! Bashes the glove and holds on for a whistle.
Great save there. Maybe a little bit of an over-exaggeration of the save right there by the AI goalie. Just slides across and flashes that letter. Absolutely fantastic save, though.
There's a chance again for NikkeDangles. Shot from the slot, save made. Hill still sprawling. Nikke can't get the shot off. A near chance there with Aiden Hill down and out of that play, but NikkeDangles could not get that shot on net. Still pushing, however, for a chance. Turned over. Nice defense from Temppanen in tight. Here comes Temppanen now on the other end. Puck loose, found by NikkeDangles down the middle of the ice. Just 20 seconds remaining here in period 1. NikkeDangles past the blue line, past the middle, shot from Landeskog, save made. Puck loose, scooped up by Aiden Hill. He passes this out. Temppanen will go ahead and just let that clock expire. That will do it for period 1. A 1-0 lead for NikkeDangles. Got that goal early on in the first period. Both players with some chances since then, but that one goal holding serve for the lead, and you can see the stats. The time on attack advantage in favor of NikkeDangles, but 4 shots to 5 in favor of Temppanen, so opportunities rather even. As we get period 2 underway, Temppanen wins that neutral zone faceoff. NikkeDangles ends up getting it after creating the turnover. He moves up past the blue line. Finds Landeskog. Shot on, save made by Aiden Hill. Puck was behind the net. Picked up by Hannafin. Temppanen controlling things, and he'll start the breakout. Up to Eichel. Now to Hurdle. Tomas Hurdle, he's been quiet so far in this grand finals for Temppanen. One of the X-Factor players for this Vegas team so far during the grand finals. Is shot was saved easily by Aiden Hill, and now here comes Temppanen on the other end, but not before NikkeDangles stopped him in his tracks.
Again, we see the aggressive defense of Nikke paying off here. Temppanen just isn't able to get any longer stretches of puck possession time, it seems, because Nikke, every time Temppanen has the puck, he's going, holding on to that power hit, trying to get that bump on Temppanen, and so far in this game, it has been working really well.
As NikkeDangles working around the offensive zone right now. Shot from the high point. Puck loose. Picked up by Aiden Hill. He'll hold on and freeze that puck as Temppanen in the defensive zone trying to keep this thing at bay right now. You wonder how important this next goal could potentially be. Temppanen a chance to tie. NikkeDangles a chance to double his lead as the game's pace has seemingly slowed down just a little bit. Kind of feels like a mix of games 1 and 2. Game 1 a little bit slower, game 2 a much more rapid pace. This one seems to be right in the middle.
Yeah, it does. It does seem to be somewhere in the middle, and I feel like they're still kind of in that little bit of a waiting stage of this game. It hasn't really opened up for either of them too much just yet. As here's a breakaway for Nikke, and he's not gonna be able to bury that on the backhand. He keeps this a 1-goal game.
Big save from Aiden Hill. You said it there, that backhand shot is what NikkeDangles was looking for. Sold him the forehand, went back to that backhand, but Aiden Hill wasn't buying what NikkeDangles was selling. It'll lead to an offensive zone faceoff. One in the defensive zone by Temppanen. Been good on the draw so far throughout these grand finals. Feels like whenever he's been in his own zone, he's been able to win that draw. He's in the offensive zone now. Shot across, goes wide. Maybe it was blocked in front. That was Marchessault. Halfway point now, still a 1-0 lead for NikkeDangles. Temppanen, he's had some opportunities, but just not able to find the back of the net to tie this one up. Nearly a turnover there, but NikkeDangles able to win that race to the puck back. Controls up the left side. Temppanen pressuring from behind, goes back in front now. Space for NikkeDangles, but could not get anything lifted as his poke checked away. Temppanen slows things down as his forwards change lines. Trying to move it up into the offensive zone, but nothing there. Nice defense by NikkeDangles, and it feels like defense has really been the big factor here so far. So this might be the first game where we don't see 5 goals.
Yeah, that's entirely possible. Entirely possible, but Eichel had different plans, but he just got poked from behind by Nikke at the last second, unable to have that breakaway.
And the defensive recoveries of Nikke feels like it's been an underrated part of his game. We've seen Temppanen have a couple of chances on odd man rushes and potential breakaways, but Nikke has just gotten there to disrupt them every single time. So we'll have to play a little bit more defense here as Temppanen breaks into the offensive zone. Controls it, goes behind the net. Carlson passes across, tried to hit that man over at the right post, but couldn't find him. Pass was behind him. Under 3 minutes to play. NikkeDangles in the offensive zone. Controlled by Cogliano, now into Chuskin. To Wood over at the right side. NikkeDangles tried to pass it across, but nothing there. Here comes Temppanen on the other end now. 1.5 minutes to play. Turned over as he crossed the blue line. 2-on-1 potentially forming for Nikke. Holding it. Turn. Shot on. Saved by Aiden Hill.
Huge save at that, and Hill for yet again. He's gonna keep this one at 1-0, and you said it right. This might be our first game that doesn't see those 5 goals, and I mean, it does make sense. It's the grand final, game 3. Both players, they don't want to give up any free goals. They're just stepping up that defense just a little bit to that next gear.
Here comes Temppanen on the other end, however, trying to get a quick chance before the period ends. Not able to do so as NikkeDangles. 2 seconds, quick shot on that. Easy blocker save made by Hill. And that will wrap up the second period. A 1-0 lead, still holding serve for NikkeDangles. Got that goal early on in the first period. And now if he can keep the score at bay, just 20 minutes of regulation separate him from that ECL 1v1 Grand Finals title. Still a long way to go, and a very good opponent on the other end. As a pass across, poke checked away there by NikkeDangles before he could get there. Gerard up the ice with speed, pass in the middle, shot on, blocked in front. And now it feels like the pace is ramped up again all of a sudden. Temppanen up the ice at Tomas Hurley. Turns, goes in the middle, poke checked again by NikkeDangles. Here he goes with some time and space and a man with him, 2-on-2. McKinnon, to Gerard, shot saved by Aiden Hill again. How good has the goaltending been so far today? Both Aiden Hill and Onanen have been amazing. Days at the point to Gerard. Show! Chance, another shot, they score! The bounce in favor of NikkeDangles leaves Landeskog right there in the middle. You see Temppanen just kind of laughing that one off. A fortuitous play for NikkeDangles, but he capitalizes and puts it in, doubles his lead to 2.
Another one of these goals where Temppanen, it looks like he has the puck, but the puck just bounces off of his stick and right to the player in the front, and Nick just gets a gift. He's had the chances to score otherwise, yes, but in the end, the goal he was able to score was a pretty fortunate bounce, and well, now he has the 2-goal lead. We've seen him be up 2 in these games multiple times. And we've also seen Temppanen make it back from this situation before, so we'll see if he's able to do it yet again. He is going on the power play as Nikke takes a tripping penalty.
Larry Chuskin going to head to the box, and you know, big opportunity here for Temppanen to try to cut the lead in half. If you are in Temppanen's shoes, say you're the one gripping that controller tight right now, how much do you feel the pressure mounting? Is it there yet, or do you still feel good that you have some time left?
I think this is just barely early into the third period that you still have the patience to create all the best scoring opportunities for yourself, and Jack Eichel scores on the power play, unassisted, gets that bouncing puck from the middle and is able to snipe that far side.
Almost kind of similar to Nikke's second goal, as Temppanen on the power play cuts that lead in half. And remember that question I just asked you? We'll toss that one out in the trash, because now it's right back to a 1-goal game, and Temppanen trying to tie this up with a pass across. Unable to get it there, however. As that really does alleviate the pressure, it feels like, for Temppanen. Cutting that lead from 2-1, it just feels a lot less more of a chore to come back from 1 goal. You know you can get 1 to tie it up. Getting 2 against Nikke, the way he's played defensively, feels like it's a bit of a taller order. Obviously, you still feel confident, but you have to feel even better cutting that lead down to 1 compared to if there were 2 with just half the period remaining.
Yeah, for sure. And I was saying that it is early enough where Temppanen knows he can do it, and he does already. He ties the game up with over 10 minutes remaining on the clock.
Another 2-goal lead, another comeback for Temppanen. this is the third or fourth time he's done it in the grand finals. He did it against Artuzio. He did it against NikkeDangles earlier. And now he does it again with the title on the line. We're knotted at 2, halfway through the third period. Could now we potentially see an overtime? I don't know. There's still a lot of time left. And temppanen is rolling. Shot on, rebound, save made by Onanen. Just hit the toe of that left pad. And temppanen slowing things down. The momentum all in his favor right now. He moves it up past the blue line, gives the Eichel at the point, skates in, shot from the slot, save made by Onanen. Nikki plays it out and gives it up over to O'Connor at the left wing. To Lehkonen. Back to Colden down the middle. Whole shot on, gloved by Hill. He is throwing that glove around like nobody's business. Another flashy save, and he'll stop it for a whistle. See the shots on net there. 12 for NikkeDangles, 11 for temppanen. Very even so far on both sides. Face-off won in the offensive zone by NikkeDangles. He controls it at the point with Devon Taves. Goes down low to Girard. Tries to go back down low to McKinnon, but picked off by temppanen. Trying to counterattack. Holding it with Pietrangelo and goes back to Carlson. Down the middle of the ice, over to Stevenson at the right wing. Stops, turns, goes towards middle, pass in front, shot saved by Onanen. May have hit a piece of Devon Taves in front as well. Less than 5 minutes to play now, still tied. Title on the line, pass around, shot saved made by Aiden Hill. NikkeDangles still pressuring, however. Has McKinnon, holds it, lost it, battled for it, found by McKinnon again. Now the shot, pass around, shot saved again. Another chance, another save. Aiden Hill, no one can stop this man.
Unbelievable triple save with these few minutes left in the game. That might be what pushes temppanen over the edge to win this title, but he still would need to score a goal of his own to be able to complete the comeback.
That's the cross, flying man through the middle of the ice. It was disrupted by NikkeDangles. Another shot blocked by NikkeDangles in front. 1 minute to play. The title on the line. Who will be the 1v1 Grand Finals champion? NikkeDangles in control of it. Over at the right boards. Goes down low to McKinnon. Passes across. Shot on. May have hit the post.
I think it did. I think I heard a ping.
40 seconds left. Here comes temppanen with hurdle. Poke checked away by NikkeDangles. But temppanen gets it back. Across. Poke checked away. NikkeDangles now on the counterattack. A 3-on-2. O'Connor at the left side. Holds it. Stops. Goes behind the net. Runs into his own man, but gets in space. Gives it to Lehkonen. 25 seconds remaining. NikkeDangles at the corner, back behind the net now. Cycling it around, tried to go to the middle, but disrupted by temppanen. Here he comes on the counterattack. 16 seconds remaining. Temppanen pass across, shot on, save made by Onanen. Gets it back behind the net, but puck disrupted. And here comes NikkeDangles down the other end of the ice. 8 seconds to play. Last chance. Rantanen tried to pass it across, but was turned over. 3 seconds. Last chance here for temppanen. Barbashev, slap shot blocked in front. And folks, what more can you ask for? Game 3 in a best of 3. The 1v1 Grand Finals champion. 2 of the best players in all of Finland, all of Europe, and all of the world. Tied at 2, and we're heading to overtime with the title on the line.
Wow, the scenes here. We've seen some unbelievable saves by Aiden Hill in this game, keeping temppanen in it, and now we're headed into the decisive Game 3 overtime.
Here we go. The next goal decides our champion. Temppanen in control of it. With Eichel. Skates around. Shadow time! Your ECL 24 Grand Champion! He comes back from behind. He ties the game up. He pushes it into extra time, and he wins it just seconds into OT, the first overtime we've seen all Grand Finals long. And temppanen, in a year that he's been so close and just has not been able to finish the job. GWC finalist, winter season finalist, won the Finnish title last year, but lost to the man that he just beat, NikkeDangles. But in the ECL Grand Championship, with everything on the line, with the stakes at its highest, with the competition at its best level, he steps up, comes from behind yet again, completes the comeback, wins it in overtime, and takes home the ECL 24 1v1 grand title, his first of the NHL 24 year. We talked to him before this series, Sopley. He said how much he wanted to end this year off with a title. He had come so close so many times and just hadn't been able to bring home a championship this year. He finally does it, and he does so in the most thrilling fashion possible, an overtime championship winner.
Yeah, unbelievable series right there. We saw, I believe Temppanen came back from down 2 goals in every single one of those 3 games, and he's able to complete 2 of those comebacks and strings together a Game 3 overtime victory. After being down 2-0 with only 13 minutes remaining in the game, he's able to climb back and claim his first championship title in NHL 24.
A crusher for NikkeDangles, who, again, had played so well in this grand finals throughout this ECL 1v1. He had that 2-0 lead earlier on in this game 3. It looked like he could be on his way to being the man pictured on his graphic, but you know, I think the word of the season for Temppanen is just resilience. Whenever it felt like he was down, whenever it felt like he may be out of it, he crawled his way back in. There was never a situation, never a deficit that Temppanen wasn't able to handle. And he shows up and had a little bit more magic left in him. Comes up with the goal in the third, pushes it to OT. And how about Aiden Hill, who may be the MVP for Temppanen, who came up with save after save after save. And, you know, I know it's a crusher for NikkeDangles, but you can't do too much to shake your head. The goaltending that Temppanen had in that game. What went behind the resilience for you to be able to fight your way back, especially multiple times in this series against a guy like Nikke that when he is up, typically isn't blowing those leads and is able to really double down on it?
I think I know always that I have so many ways to score, and I know that it's so much easier to come back when game is like 2-0 than give opponent a free goal and then it's 3-4-0. So yeah, I just trust myself and yeah, never stop trusting myself. That's maybe the biggest thing behind that.
We all know what you were able to do in NHL 23, winning the Finnish title. We talked to you right before the series, and we asked you, what do it mean for you to win this title? And you said it, I haven't won yet in NHL 24. I don't want to leave this year without having a title. Now that you do have that title in your possession, just tell us, how does it feel to kind of get that pressure off, knowing that you do have that championship and you win the last championship tournament of the year as well?
Yeah, of course, it's a huge thing for me and means a lot. And yeah, it's been a tough year because I just have like a couple top 2 placement, but yeah, now I am champion again, so feels great.
Does it make it a little bit sweeter, just kind of reflecting on those times where you did come so close throughout this year to not just be able to win it, but to win it the way you did, having to continue to overcome that adversity?
Uh, can you please ask again?
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Does it make this victory more special, just considering those setbacks or how many times you came so close to winning?
Oh yeah, of course. It's a huge to win now after all of those second places. Yeah, 100%. It means so much.
Well, Temppanen, thank you so much here for taking a few moments. Congratulations, ECL 1v1 Grand Champion for the 24th season. Before we let you go, we want to give you the floor. Is there anything that you would like to say, anyone that you would like to shout out here before we sign out?
Just GG's to Nick. What a series! It's always a coin flip when we play. So yeah, that's kind of it. Thanks for my family.
Well, hey, hopefully you guys had just as much playing it as we had watching it. Temppanen, your ECL 24 1v1 Grand Champion. Congratulations, my friend. Go enjoy it.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Great stuff there from Temppanen. For those that maybe didn't hear it there at the beginning, you heard what he said, how much this meant to him, and just the exhilaration that he felt once he saw that puck go in the back of the net for that game winner. I can't imagine how good that feels for him, considering that he did have to overcome so much with so many second place finishes, being down by multiple goals multiple times in this series. You feel for NikkeDangles on the other end. There's two sides to this. One person crushed it. They came so close, but just fell a little bit short. The other one elated because he finally was able to break through for that title that he had long been looking for this year.
Yeah, it just makes it that much better, I'm sure, because he's been so close so many times. He's got that second place in GWC. He's made the final there twice in Europe. He's just not been able to get it done. And during this NHL, he's been so close as well. He got that second place finish in that winter season of this tournament. And I mean, I'm sure it must have been just an unbelievable feeling to see that puck cross the goal line on that overtime.
A big congratulations to Temppanen. He is your ECL 24 1v1 Grand Champion, takes home €700 and the championship title. Congratulations to NikkeDangles as well. An amazing series for him. Obviously the attention well-deserved on Temppanen, but give Nikke a lot of credit. Played an amazing series. Really thought that he had the advantage there throughout a lot of that game 3, especially when he had scored that second goal to double that lead. But, Temppanen just a little bit better towards the end, and in just such an even series, so little things separate these two. You even heard Temppanen say it. It's a coin flip when those two match up, and I get the feeling that we're going to see these two match up plenty of more times here in the future. Not the last time you're seeing these two face off head to head.
Yeah, I'm sure we will be seeing that matchup again. And I mean, the fact that Temppanen was up during that series, I believe, for about 4 minutes in total, that just tells you pretty much everything you need to know of how close that series was. But he was able to climb back every single time that Nikke was in the lead. So, I mean, as he said, a coin flip every time. And today it most definitely was a coin flip. But yeah, congratulations to Temppanen for being able to clutch it out in the end.
We'll take one final look at the bracket just to kind of finalize everything for you all. For maybe some of you that just now joined us late there during instant classic that was that series between NikkeDangles and Temppanen, went all the way to 3 games. And as you can see, the journey for Temppanen faced off against Artuzio yesterday in the quarterfinals. 1 game 1, fell in game 2 after holding a 2-goal lead. Artuzio was the one that pulled off the comeback and was able to get his way into a game 3 situation. But then Temppanen comes right back in, finds his way to a big game 3 victory to push him into the semifinals today. Faces off against Eken, who I think both of us agree probably was the most impressive of the 8 players yesterday with how dominant he was against the 2 seed in Picardy, who was your your spring season champion. Eken swept him, came in the day feeling confident, and then Temppanen made pretty quick work of that one. Won the first game 8-2, scored I believe 5 or 6 goals in game number 2, swept him, and then as you just saw, that series against NikkeDangles, a 2-1 series victory. Went all the way to overtime in the decisive game number 3, and less than 2 minutes in, Tomas Hertl, who else, Sopoli? Tomas Hertl was the one that scored the game winner for Temppanen, and also Eki got that bronze match win over Eken to take home 3rd place. So congratulations to Temppanen, to Nikke, to Eki on being able to place in the top 3. Congratulations to all 8 competitors and what they made an amazing event here. The first time that we have done this 1v1 grand finals format with 2 separate seasons in winter and spring. And, you know, I have to say, obviously, I wasn't one of the competitors, but someone that got to cover and call both seasons as well as the grand final. Sopley, I'm curious to see your thoughts. Have to say, this was a grand success, no pun intended.
A grand success indeed. Yeah, I would say the format to have 2 separate tournaments and then a grand final. I mean, we just got so much action throughout the year with this tournament going on, and I mean, throughout the whole year, right? So we started in the winter season. That started half a year ago almost, and now we finally wrapped it up. And along the way, we had some pretty crazy moments, have to say.
Some crazy moments indeed, as we'll bring you back into the studio one more time as this concludes our coverage of the ECL 24 year. We now turn the page and look forward to ECL 25. A few people that we have to make sure to thank before we sign off here for the season. First of all, a big thank you to Ken and everyone at the SportsGamer GG staff for giving us the opportunity to come on and cast these games, for putting these leagues and these tournaments together. Always such an amazing thing to be a part of. The work that they put in behind the scenes, absolutely second to none. There is no one in Europe that does it better than the staff over at SportsGamer GG. So a big thank you to Ken and everyone over there for the work they do. Chris Ryan, our producer, who has been absolutely amazing all season long, has been the main producer for our Sixes coverage, as well as the coverage here for the 1v1 tournament. Absolutely amazing is what he does, and a great person as well. A big thank you to everything that he has done. A thank you to all of our teams, all of our players that have participated in these tournaments. This would not be possible without you guys. A big thank you to our sponsor in COVID on Locracy. Their amazing support of everything that we do here at SportsGamer GG and the ECL. And Stopoli, a thank you to you. It has been such a pleasure and a privilege to call these games with you in the winter season, the spring season, and now for the grand finals. I really hope we get to do this again, my friend. You are great at this. And if you are in this tournament yourself next season, please do feel free to join me back at the booth, man. Always a great time getting to call with you.
Yeah, thank you, man, and likewise, man. It's been super easy for me to jump into these streams because I mean, this was the first thing that I ever commented on. I've never done any previous broadcasting, and I mean, SportsGamer, huge thank you to letting me on here, and with such a great commentator by my side as well, Brandon. Huge thanks for that as well.
Hey, thank you, man. I really appreciate it. That will do it for our coverage of the ECL 24 season. It won't be long before we see you guys again for the ECL 25 season. Thank you all for tuning in, for all of your support throughout this season. We will see you guys in a few months for ECL 25. Stay safe, stay healthy, and have a great offseason, everybody.
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
Yeah. Hey, like yesterday's game.